I'm all the ones that.
All right, well, all of you at 1:00. The town of Smoky Lake respectfully acknowledges that we are situated on Treaty 6 territories, the traditional lands of First Nations and Métis. We'll move to the adoption of the agenda, consent agenda. So
Could we do additions
first, okay.
So then, because then, yeah. Because then they're added to the agenda and then decide what's on the consent might be cleaner.
Okay,
That's the suggestion.
yeah, I'm okay. This is all new. So I'd like to add meeting with Minister Dushan to the agenda. So that would go, I believe, through business. Is that right?
Late or late.
Or late 12, that's
Yeah.
right.
Or no, 13, sorry.
Yeah,
So 13.1?
yeah,
Yeah, I said I was ready, no.
that's okay. We'll
Okay.
go to your side last. Okay,
And
so then for my consent.
sorry, I got.
Oh, right, your additions.
Is that your only one?
Yeah, that's my
Okay.
only addition.
Mary Ann?
A pass.
You have nothing to add? Okay,
And Evelyn, do you have anything to add?
I do.
Okay, you go next and then we'll have Dawn do.
Okay, so 13.2 will be update from ICC fire meeting. 13.3 will be rescind Cola Creeka pricing extension motion due to incorrect plan number and lot numbers.
May I ask the motion number, please?
Motion 141-2024. Okay, and 13, am I right, 13.4?
Yeah.
Addressing concerns for motion 147-2024, bylaw 03-2024, corridor regulation bylaw. And 13.5 is stacking all meetings and workshops on one day. And then I have 2 for closed session.
Can we add to closed session?
Well, because you have to update, this is how I was told that I do it. I need to be updated on the closed session. Updating Counselor Cobes on missed closed session agenda items from March 18th, 2024, regular council meeting, motions 168 to 173. And my final one is new land proposal for development, FOIP section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party.
So is that 14.2 or?
Yeah, sorry. Dawn?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get organized.
I know.
So then I also have. So we're at 13.6.
Yeah.
Sewer repair. And 13 points, emergency sewer repair, sorry, and 13.7, home hardware street closure request. And then 14.3 and 14.4 are both land proposals, section 16 of FOIP. If I could, and if I could further request that we do 13.6 after the delegation so that I don't need to keep our public works manager here all day.
Okay.
So if council's all right with that.
And then you had 14.3 and 14.4 were the
Both
other.
land proposals, separate ones, 13.3 land proposals, section 16, and 14.4 land proposals, section 16.
Okay.
Lots of land proposals today.
Okay. All the additions are added. Terry, did you have any additions? Nope, okay.
Spend background on. You know, consent.
Lost in the jungle. All right, so then we'll move to consent agendas. So the only things that I'd like to discuss are. Okay, where's my front page? All right, is 8.6. 8.7. And then 9.1 and 11.4. And then, Marianne, did you want to go or did you want to go next?
I think I could go.
Okay.
I have mine. I would like to go through, so just confirm, sorry, just wrapping my head around this.
Yep.
So are we not going to do the part where we accept the delegations 4.1 to 4.4?
They're under 7.1 to 7.4.
Yeah,
Where the
those-
RFPs go, we
why-
don't do it during the delegations, we do it later in the agenda.
Right,
So I'm
did you-
But it's
why the
consent,
minutes-
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you not
would
want
have to
to-
be?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would
That's
have
why
to do.
I was confused by this too. I was like, well, basically the whole agenda got, yeah.
No, I guess those ones I assume.
Well, they could technically be part of the consent agenda.
But they can't, right?
Because we have to.
I would
accept
hope
them.
If
not,
it's acting-
actually.
But that's the thing, it's whatever you want to speak about, you would add to the, remove from the consent agenda.
Yeah, that's where we'll have, because those delegations would have. Oh, but they wouldn't have to be if we accept them, I guess.
If
there's
the
no
motion
question.
is going to be, if you're confident that the motion is as the recommended motion, then it would just be an automatic that we would be accepting the
Right.
presentation.
Right.
But if you think you might want to, something could come different with the delegation.
And so I'm gonna, if I may,
Yep.
I'm going to include them on my consent because I'm not sure presentations weren't
Yeah,
all
just add the
forwarded,
numbers.
so, okay,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
sorry,
Oh, you
okay.
can add whatever you like.
Okay,
add every
okay,
other one
I,
you did.
and thank
Yeah.
you, just baby steps for me.
We're all learning.
So yeah, I'm gonna consent to 4.1 to 4.4, just in case something
No,
does.
7.1 to 7.4.
Because those are going to happen in delegation.
We don't accept them, the reports are in, Sumeric's report
Okay, sorry.
is at 4.1 and then the RFP is actually
Okay,
7.6.
so got it, okay, so. Okay, 7.1 to 7.4.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to add 6.1, 7.6, 7.7. Uh, 8.2 through to 8.5. 9.1 to 9.3. 11.2, 11.3, 11.6. And thank you for being patient with me. I thought I was organized, and thanks.
And all of the, I'm gonna assume all the new additions,
Yeah.
since we have no background
Oh,
information, right? Just,
okay.
I think
Yeah.
that's a
I thought that
given,
Given.
a given,
Yeah, I
right?
would think so.
Okay, thank you.
Which is why I thought we did it.
Before?
Yeah.
You're done?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank. This is so much fun. I'm adding 3.1. I'm adding 7.5. Looks like we're doing all of the new business because the one that was left out is the one that I want to keep, and that's 8.1. And I want to keep 10.1, the council and committee reports. And I did actually want to keep 11.6 as well, the summer parade participation.
I have those, I asked. Yeah. I
Oh, I thought you only went as far as 11.5. Yeah, no, I had 8.1.
That's fine.
Through to 8.6, and then I did have 11. That's 3 and 6. Well, then,
Fine.
thank you, Mary Ann. I'm just
Sorry.
doubling down on the ones that you were getting. So I didn't.
I can just see if I'm paying
attention.
Terry, did you have any others you wanted to add?
You're muted.
Still muted.
Sorry, if I could just get administration to start at 3.1, I believe, and then let me know what's already been recorded or whatever?
So we have 3.1's been added. And then 6.1, 7.1, 7.
So we're not doing the 4s.
Right, well,
Well,
they're
they're
done
done.
in 7. So there's no, we don't do
Okay,
anything.
yep.
Okay, so
Six
all of,
point one.
yeah, all of 7.
Yep.
All of 8.
Yep.
All of 9.
Yep.
And 10.
Yep.
And then under 11, the only ones not done are 11.1 and 11.5. So those are part of the.
Yep.
Okay, and then 12.1 is not on there.
I'm good with all that. Thank you.
All right. We will continue or start with a motion with the adoption of the consent agenda, I guess, would be what it was called. Marianne?
I'd like to move to accept the agenda with the additions as noted, as presented.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Okay, so we'll start with 3.1.
That's me.
Yeah.
Just the errors in the closed section with numbering. I just wanted to point out that there is. It took me a few minutes when I was going through it. It's just that the messiness of the numbers, that just didn't correlate. And I think where the confusion came in is that 14.5 was taken off.
Yeah.
And then if you look at it, when you start looking at it, you started at 14.2 instead of 14.1, which is kind of funny because then by the end, the numbers were correct, but it's just, its numbering sequence is completely off.
Yeah.
Crystal?
That's because I would have to edit it in Word because I need a motion to go into closed and that has to be 14.1. So unless we start closed session items at 14.2, because I need an item number there to do a recommendation to go into closed before we go into our items. So it's just one of those software issues.
Whatever you feel is the easiest.
That's just the explanation. Yeah.
You tell us.
Yeah, because it is another.
So that's just all I
I
wanted.
know.
But also there's one that was right in the middle that was deleted and so I think
Mhm.
that's where all of it went on. So I just want to point out those, it's again, it doesn't affect the minute. That's the only thing that affects with the minutes is that there's a weirdness with the numbers. That's all I want to point out. Otherwise, I'll move that we accept the March 18th, 2024 regular council minutes with edits as presented.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right. And then we'll move straight to delegations. So first up, we have Nira with an update on the town capital projects. Welcome, Nira.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Just here for a few minutes to provide an update on the major projects that we're working on for the town. And the first one on the list is the water loss study. We've been at it for over a year now, working with administration and public works on a few different things. Just going through your consumptions, identifying where some of the problem areas might be, and then public works jumps at it and does they do their investigation and fixing, and you can see that a month over month we've gone to really 25 to 30% loss down to just under 10%. So things are definitely improving. So yeah, we're continuing to look at the numbers on we look at it on monthly basis. We send it to administration quarterly because I think monthly they vary still a little bit, and we don't want anyone getting too excited about going up and down. So that's why we've decided that it makes more sense to just for the town to look at it on a quarterly basis. So I think we have a pretty good handle on the water loss numbers for the town. When we applied for that funding through ACP, it was both the town and village of Vilna. We've been pretty slow at getting the information from the village. We have finally started to see a little bit more, so we'll be doing the same thing for the village. And then once we actually have something to present, we'll be presenting them with the numbers as well. But month over month, we see a really good trend on the town's numbers. Any questions on the water loss? No. Our original application anticipated that will be completed by the end of this year, so we're still looking towards getting that completed by the end of 2024. The next project that I wanted to provide you an update on is your treated water reservoir replacement. So just wanted to show you a couple of tender ready drawings. This is essentially where the new facility is going to be located, which is essentially right next to the existing reservoir. So we're looking at replacing about 1,300 cubic meters of your treated water with about 2,000 cubic meters of new treated water storage. So we'll be installing a brand new reservoir here, and then leaving room for expansion in the future whenever that might happen. So we were supposed to tender it end of last month. We got a little delayed because of some of the back and forth with the utility company. So we're hoping to send it out for tender hopefully before the end of next week. We anticipate 4 or 5 weeks of tendering, and then before we award it, we would send a letter of recommendation to the town, and then anticipating construction start early summer 2024. So yeah, things are going well. Like I said, if it wasn't for that electrical service, we would have been out a couple of weeks ago. Any questions, concerns? No. Okay, that's good. The last one that we are just getting started on is another ACP project that we applied for in it was actually last year in 2023. I think we've talked about your infrastructure quite a bit. We've done your infrastructure assessment, and the number one priority from the engineering perspective has always been the water and sewer replacement on 46th Street. So that's essentially what that new ACP grant will do. It will allow us to move ahead and provide preliminary detailed design and tender ready package for the town whenever the town decides to move ahead with replacing of the water and sewer on 46th Street. So that's essentially from McDougal Drive all the way to this manhole 54. So kind of a past Barbie Nuke lodge. So about 2.5 blocks of water, sewer, storm, and rebuilding the road as well. So the town just received that letter approval probably last month. So we haven't really done anything on it, but we'll be providing an update probably as we go on a quarterly basis, and then probably maybe later in the summer I can I can come and provide a additional update if the town wishes to.
Okay, I have a question. So we've discussed this before, so you're deciding to go ahead with that? Like, is there, I don't recall a motion where we.
We applied for the ACP grant as a region and we were successful, and then the motion was. Or the exact motion, I brought it to probably the last council meeting, when you were not here, maybe. If you're not aware of it, were you not aware? I have to double check where we brought it forward. So we brought forward that we were successful in that.
Okay, no, I think I know what you were talking about a few months ago. So that is for this particular project?
The ACP grant was for this project, the study on 46th
46th Street, yes.
Street, yeah.
Okay, and that's the one that's gonna take like 3 years and dig up everything? Massive. Or what's involved in this?
This is just.
This is what was that just the study
Yeah,
part?
yeah.
But I thought we already did
Well,
know about this.
Yeah, so it's taking the study next to the next step, right? And actually getting a preliminary and detailed design completed. So when you decide to do that, you'll have a package ready for contractors to actually go and do that work.
So it's not to do the work, it's to do the preliminary, so we're shovel ready.
So we're not putting any shovels in the ground. This is essentially just to allow the town to be tender ready whenever you decide to proceed with this upgrade.
And that's gonna give us several different options, like such as dipping it all up, but also putting perhaps a sleeve through it instead. There's those, that's what it is.
Right.
And also potentially even abandoning the line altogether, but putting one beside it.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Any more questions?
If not, then
That's
that's
three, right?
essentially all I have. Yeah, short and sweet. And if you have any other questions that come up maybe later, you can communicate that through the administration. And I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. Right. Is your next, but we present.
Well, I either have a stick or on my own computer, please.
If you log into the Zoom meeting, then we can make you a post to broadcast on the screen.
Yeah. Feel free to go to the front. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Bye.
Take care. Do you want to sit to the side so you can see the screen?
That might be better.
That'll be better, yeah. Do you want me to
Come sit by me.
Sure. Got all new furniture since the last time I was here.
That's
Yeah.
right. Fancy new digs
Test to see. if I was-
and a fancy new public works.
Hi, I'm Rob. Thank you to me.
Can I get your bottle of water or coffee or anything?
We also have this citrus twist,
Citrus twist.
if you like a little bit of
I'll
carbonation.
try a citrus twist then.
think you're asking me for help.
Town of Smoky Lake guest or they're all,
I believe.
Yes, Town of Smoky Lake.
I
Town
don't know if I heard it either.
Town Gas 2019, all lowercase.
the guest wife, guest?
Thanks, Mary Ann.
There was an eye test.
2010.
19.
Which I guess we haven't.
Is it?
No, all of it. Which I guess we haven't updated since 2018.
Since the last eclipse.
Oh, shit, that happened already, yeah.
I think we lived through it.
Yeah, I didn't watch it though.
Pretty bright. Didn't even know.
I heard you weren't gonna be able to see much because it's partial and it's bright out, so
Yeah.
without a device or glasses.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
They'll have the
Here
highlights.
anyways.
Yeah, they'll have the highlights on CNN.
Yeah, TV.
I didn't really know about it, and then the notification, our school sent on Friday saying they were gonna keep the kids in, like for half hour
To
an hour.
protect them.
But then we got one saying they got glasses, so they could all participate. I was like, well, that's way cooler than like trying to herd in cats.
Like in Edmonton? The Edmonton schools or?
Bonnyville.
Oh, okay.
Apparently you have to check your glasses to make sure that they're not fake ones.
Heard that too.
Oh.
Cause there's such a huge sale on them that people are now selling
Think. Oh, jeez.
fake glasses.
It takes us from.
My husband has employees that refuse to go outside today. They're having to adjust their work schedule according to,
For the hour or the day?
he has someone that's just a little interesting to work with about this.
Don't be.
The earth is flat.
Flat earth. Why?
Then he's walked in, you go in the corner.
They know them.
You know how you can make these around other people, that's right. Over there.
I'm not drinking, only coffee.
They all say.
Where did Dunn's cat go? No, we just somebody in the corner, we can face the corner, we had a Dunn's cat. This is very 1930-ish.
You can't do that anymore, can you?
I don't think so.
Hold the book on your head.
And they got rid of the strap too, can you believe it?
The kids were asking all about that.
Meeting is being recorded.
At least not much.
Shoot.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, he's in.
Ron is selling transported to cities.
Yeah. Speaker off, is all I want, they're off.
I did the eclipse.
Amy, are you sure that is not gonna be here? Apparently she said she was called in to a public test. Anita?
Oh.
Remember Kroger night, Kroger's night, Kroger? I sat across from Anita's mom's sister.
That's not even. Wine is really.
And then they met another person. And I said, oh, this is the Anita twin. Not.
Maybe they'll get them.
More. The carbon dioxide.
You want me to grab our IT?
Our IT person not.
Our techie person, I shouldn't say IT, our techie person?
Nicky probably don't want to shut that speaker off. Wow. It should just be flipped on it, it turns over.
Volume down?
It's not echoing now. Oh, it is there. Never mind. Just weren't talking loud enough.
We had our fourth delegation will be here, so no worries, folks.
She's sending something.
Mhm.
How much she's sending someone else? She didn't know that.
I can't understand you saying because of the echo.
The ID guy, it's not good.
Even though we
Yeah, I think we'll get it, I understand.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I see it's really
What if you, or like, or you log in?
You want my computer?
Does everybody have it? You guys down there, you got yours.
I'm like on.
Yeah, it says it's muted.
Just, yeah, show some of you, like you.
Host would like you to unmute, no. It's
Maybe
like-
try just to see and then mute
Yeah, that
again.
should have worked, right?
I don't know, I can check and select when.
No, I think
It's not at all.
It sounds like it's good here.
Yeah.
See if I can get to the
Needed
presentation now.
Mayor.
I just shut the voice, the sound on his computer off.
Let me grab my phone. 'cause
Did you figure out the issue with the housing committee sending that out?
It was too big, so for some reason it allowed us to send it internally but not externally. It was just too large of a file, so I said, for now on, we'll just send the link.
Okay. But it didn't give you a bounce back to let you know?
I got one, but, well, just saying that it wouldn't go through, but Chris was in that.
There it is right there, yeah. Yeah.
Go back to the president. So, yeah. So.
You'll be interested in the project, I think.
I don't need to do this.
What?
Thanks for that. My computer always has weird things when you go back, work between Zoom and between Teams.
Yes.
They hate each other, so they probably will be trapped.
Yes, welcome, Ron. More than welcome to take the floor. When you're ready. When Zoom and Teams stop fighting.
Actually, no, here. Show it all for mine. All right, I'll just go with it this way. It's full screen on mine.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Prefer your computer, but.
Can't get it done. Okay. Let's do it this way. All right, my name is Ron Henderson. I'm here from the Métis Nation of Alberta, the Tupinzwak Métis Government, or OMG. We don't always use those initials for obvious reasons. And I'm here to give you an update on the Métis Crossing Solar Project, also known as Soleil-Brisson. So this is
Yeah, actually. You click, see where you're, I'm just wondering if that will.
I don't have it, but
No.
it's more time.
You got it. Whatever you did.
It's not. Screen. Why?
Go public view.
Current slide.
There. Oh, it's on there.
That's weird. Did it again.
I think it's delayed. Talking.
The issue is it's, yeah, share this screen, not the actual slideshow screen, so.
I'll do it the other way. Let's do it the old fashioned way. See if that works.
That's fine.
We'll get through this.
Yeah.
Don't worry
Doesn't
about
want, like, it gives
I
me
can-
full screen,
that.
but
We can
doesn't want
see
to do it.
it. Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so this is the timeline for the original project. Starting with the feasibility studies back in 2017, all the way through the regulatory approvals, gaining financing in 2022, and starting construction in the fall of 2022. And our original anticipated energization was summer of 2023. It's just one part of the project, but basically it shows that we were completed in December of this year. So as I mentioned, the initial project completion date was March 2023. And that was delayed to the late fall of 2023 due to a number of issues, including supply chain issues, which delayed some of our equipment delivery dates, primarily transformers and AC combiner boxes. We also had some contractor availability and labor issues and unforeseen circumstances such as power remediation. We hit a lot of rocks and obstructions, particularly in the block 3 of the solar farm, and it took us several months to get those properly remediated, where the engineers would sign off on them being properly done. So because of that, we staggered the energization of the blocks. Due to the extensive power remediation I mentioned, block 3 was delayed. Blocks 1 and 2 began exporting power on October 25th, 2023. Block 3 began exporting power December 1st, 2023. We also last summer had a soft opening and a name reveal on August the 10th. A number of you were invited to that, and that was we were originally hoping that was going to be our grand opening because of the delays. We weren't quite ready. And the name that was chosen, and the name was revealed at that time, was Soleil-Brisson, which means a gift from the sun in Michif. So we were completed of construction as of December 1st, 2023. ATCO was completed at the site. They cleaned up everything. We had a good fall, so they got most of their stuff out of there. As of December 8th, 2023. At that point, the site became fully operational. So ATCO will continue to operate the site until turnover to Métis Crossing Solar in the spring of this year. And performance testing was delayed until the spring of this year. April or May, we're looking at starting it on the 15th of April. And that basically was because the sun wasn't intense enough. During the winter months, it has to be done when the sun's a little higher in the sky, more intense. So that site remains under ATCO control until the successful performance testing is done. And they're responsible for all operations of that site until that turnover date. One of the things that happened in the fall is ATCO had a restructure. And they decided that they would no longer be providing or able to provide operations and maintenance. So we had to search for an O&M provider. We put out a request for purchase for O&M providers, and we're in the last stages of evaluating those bids that have come in. And again, the project turnover will be spring of this year, and formal opening ceremonies are planned for May 16th, 2024. And we will be sending out invitations to the list that you've provided in the next few weeks. So we're not quite sure exactly what that looks like. It will either be a lunch and then a celebration, or a gathering at the site, or something at the site and then a dinner. Those are sort of the details that we've got for the moment. And we're expecting several federal cabinet ministers and also some provincial ministers and cabinet ministers as well for that ceremony. So it's the high-end officials, I guess if you want to call it that, from some of our funding organizations. So this is just our SCADA. This tells you the operations of what's going on out there. We've got everything on here. The 3 different banks blocks are the 3 red blocks there. At the top, at the very top, it tells you what we're actually exporting to the grid. And this was earlier this morning at 1.1 megawatts. And then down the right-hand side is all the weather information. There's 2 weather stations at site. And it tells us what the weather conditions are at any given time. So that's just one of the many tools we have to monitor remotely what's going on at the site. So the summary of the financials, and I'll just skip to the big numbers and say that our projected cost was $13.5 million, and we were funded to the tune of $13.1 million. So right now we have a shortfall of about $82,000. So we've actually spent more than we had originally planned. However, that $82,000 includes the $340,000 of GST rebates that we've already received. And we should be receiving another couple $100,000 in GST rebates later this year. So for the 23-24 fiscal year, we expect to see those in August. And with those numbers, we should actually be to a favorable variance and an actual slight surplus. This is another monitoring tool that we have. And what this one really shows you, if you look at the little speedometer down in the bottom left there, it says at the time that this picture was taken, which was on the 22nd of April, or sorry, the 22nd of March, we were generating 4.934 megawatts. So basically we were producing at capacity. And the other graphs there just give us a little bit. Bottom row is daily, so it gives you the pattern of when the power is being generated throughout a day. And also the other numbers are in history, the 7-day, 30-day, 12-month, and since we've started here for the history we've got. Up in the top is the revenue that we've received. So you can see there that as of the end of February 2024, we've received $44,000 in revenue. And that on average is about $61 a megawatt hour. So given that we're anticipating 8 gigawatts generation across the year, that will somewhere be at 50 watts or $50 a megawatt. That's somewhere in the $500,000 range for revenue. So we really don't know what those prices are going to be like. They've been pretty ugly lately, particularly with some of the off peaks that we've had and the rolling blackouts. Usually when that's happening, the pool price is at $999, which is the cap price. So we really don't know what those are going to be, but we're using a fairly conservative forecast that revenue should be somewhere around $500,000 for the year. And again, if you look at those first couple of months here, really September, October, and November, there's virtually no generation there. And that's because the plant really wasn't online. It was just testing. So they put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off. So this is our output of 4.9 megawatts. That is maximum capacity. And what does that mean? It's about 8,000 megawatt hours of energy a year, which is enough to light up about 1,200 homes or power all of the Métis Nation of Alberta's facilities. And it also offsets about 4,700 tons of CO2 emitted. And this is just a map to show you where the power goes. A lot of people thought that this solar farm was strictly to power the Métis Crossing site and the buildings around there. They may benefit from it. It goes out into the grid. And that means that it could power some of the sites at Métis Crossing. It could other houses, farms and things on the way. Some of it may actually get back to the Vilna substation and into the transmission network. It's just a matter of where the demand is on the system at any given time. But there's no direct link to the power generated and where it's actually used. So a lot of people have that misinterpretation that it goes specific to a specific place. One of the issues we've had here, because we've hit the maximum production a couple of times, we've created a few network problems. Probably had a few power outages here a few weeks ago, or there was a couple for a couple of days. And in fact, while ATCO worked on that, we actually had to take the plant offline for about 2 months or 2 weeks at the beginning of March. So when we see the numbers for March, they're going to be a little lower as well because of that. However, that got the ATCO engineers looking at things, and they replaced a couple of miles worth of bad line and bad transformers near the Hutterite colony. And we've had a couple of little blips since then, but no major outages. They are also, as part of the engineering a second way into the solar farm. So right now, this one's served out of Vilna. They're going to put a second route in, which is supposed to be there September, October of this year, coming out of the Andrews substation. So if one of those legs goes down, it can go out the other way without interrupting. And hopefully that will give us a much steadier power supply, both at Métis Crossing and the Gathering Center, but also for the neighborhoods here so we don't take it down. I mean, I think you've probably experienced a few of those power outages, and they're not very much fun. Especially I think that these ones happened, the first one on a Saturday.
Yeah, we heard about it.
However, because we pushed it to the limit, hopefully they've got it fixed. At least it's well on their radar now, and they're well aware that some of the equipment that's out on some of these distribution lines here was built in the 50s and 60s. So it's 60 to 75 years old. So some of it probably is due for an upgrade. And ATCO does that, and it does that through their own through their distribution network. So it doesn't show up as a special surcharge or rates to anybody in particular. So I just want to go on to some of the community benefits that we had out of this project. As of December 31st, we had 11,500 Métis hours, which just happens to be 1/3 of the total project hours. Métis businesses, which was Métis Crossing and Neckinaw Lodge right here in town, had over $198,000 spent there and over 800 overnight stays, as well as a number of Smoky Lake businesses, such as hotels, groceries, but $197,000 spent there and another 891 overnight stays there. Also local businesses for car washes, materials, fuel. There's, I guess, a hardware store in town where they actually did get some equipment that they actually needed instead of having to go all the way back to the city and do it. So benefits again to the local economy.
Ron, you forgot the golf course.
Did they use the golf course a lot? They probably didn't officially track that. This is ATCO. I can imagine that if they said, yeah, we're out golfing.
Every night.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
So then we have the community development fund. So this is the 15% of net revenues that it's paid to the town of Smoky Lake. And basically, as I showed you last year, it was a matter of a couple $1,000 in revenue. The expenses would have actually made it go negative. So what we've done is we've got an agreement where we'll distribute that by March 31st for the previous year. And any amounts from 2023 will be included in the payment for 2024. So at the end of March 2025, you will see 2023 and 24 as a combined payment. And the other thing that's agreed to is the town of Smoky Lake will determine how those funds are administered, and the M&A has no say in that decision. We can give you suggestions if you want, but ultimately that decision remains here with council, and you can do what you want and spend that money for the community development fund how you want to do. We're also a finalist for an Emerald Award this year. So we'll be finding out in June if we did manage to win that one. And just a few pictures. The one on the left is middle of last year when primarily blocks 1 and 2 were primarily completed. And the one on the right is fully completed and operational. That was in early December of last year. So beautiful sunrise over the eastern horizon there. And as I mentioned, Gift from the Sun is Soleil Present, that is the name, and we will be putting up signage and things like that in conjunction with Métis Crossing to advertise the site. We're also working with some NAIT students to develop an educational program that will be part of Métis Crossing to basically educate some of the school groups that come through there and the adults that tour the place to find out, to educate them on what solar is, how it works. And it's intended to be a hands-on exhibit so that they'll be able to play with things like moving the sun around and seeing what it does at different angles on solar panels and things like that. So that's in development and that will be coming on later this year. And these are just a number of our either construction partners or funders. And we are very thankful for them. Now I'll see if this one will work. I have a 4-minute video that hopefully we can get to play properly.
Crystal, does it show up on your screen? Are you able to click on the YouTube link?
I don't think so.
No, this is his.
Oh, whose sponsors that?
Sure, my
That's
screen.
yours, Crystal. Can you click on it?
I don't.
It's right there on the page.
I'll try that one. I also have it saved backed up on my machine, so.
Just have to probably stop sharing that screen and then share the new one. Where the video is.
Just where is that? You share right there.
Give me sound.
I'm sorry, I didn't watch what I got the sound.
Maybe just the sound on there.
Or the sound on the TV remote, maybe? Is that what you just said?
Oh, no. What about just the TV?
See if I can get the other one to work then.
I'm pretty sure this video played the night of our soft opening.
Yeah, it was.
I recommend so. What did we do without drones?
So sorry about the sound issues, but.
Translation.
Just doesn't. Still picks up background noise, even though it says it's muted on my computer.
Yeah, interesting.
we'll be updating this video for the grand opening as well. We have a new president now, and Andrea Sandmeyer, so Audrey's gone and things are now complete.
It looks really impressive when you drive by. You almost need to have an arrow and a sign that goes, look to your right or look to your left. Don't drive off the bridge. Just.
It's harder to see, once the trees have come up though, it'd be
Yeah,
harder to
that's
see.
true, yeah. But unless you're paying attention, it's actually
Yeah.
not easy to see, that's what I'm saying,
you
you
have
almost
to
need
look
arrows to
over.
go, look.
I always said, as you come up from the river, right where that line crosses, the first power line crosses the road,
Yeah.
look to your right, it's.
That's exactly it. So when you're talking about these educational programs and so on, is there a way of going up? I'm assuming there's a lot of fencing around these solar panels
Yes.
as well, so you can't go tour them necessarily.
No, we
Okay.
can't, you can't go into the site because
Okay.
the site is a generating station.
Yes, exactly.
Although there's very little danger, but you know, with, we also need the security. So basically everything is locked off, so you would have to do some intentional damage to get into
Okay.
the high voltage electrical stuff. But it is monitored, the site is monitored 24/7 with security cameras, alarms, and it is basically, it will be a generating site, so only people who would be allowed on site is escorted by somebody from Métis Crossing Solar.
And are people that are visiting Métis Crossing, and they're gonna go see the buffalo and so on, are they kind of, do they at least get a glimpse of it during the tour
The
or?
plan is that they will be doing wagon tours.
Oh, okay,
And they will basically start down at Métis Crossing Gathering Center, go up through the game farm, past all the animals, and basically where that turns around at the top of the hill there, we're looking at possibly putting in like an overview site, or a lookout or something, so people can actually climb up or a viewpoint and look in to see what it's about. But yeah, that's. So I do apologize for those technical difficulties, but it seems to be Zoom, it doesn't like us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, seems to be. So just go back and just ask if there's any other questions on what I presented.
Is there questions? No. Thank you.
All right,
That's amazing. Yeah.
thanks for the opportunity to come out and
Thanks for.
nice drive on a day like today to come out to Smoky Lake and meet with you. And if you do have any questions, or you need any other clarification, I don't know where to find you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
thank you very much.
Turn off.
Oh. Now it wants to stay.
It performed when it was needed. That's the point. Oh, you here for me?
Yeah. All right, well, then everybody.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks
Thanks.
for this. Thanks, Ron.
You guys can come have a seat there. Just down here, we make your fourth, so we've got ATCO next, so we just want to sit.
Yeah, we came early.
Yeah, no,
Nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah?
yeah, so if you
Yeah.
don't know if you want to,
ATCO's ready.
how many you want everyone around the table or?
Whatever works.
If there's one, yeah, there's another one there, we can pull up more chairs or roll you over if you.
Oh,
You're good.
Everyone's going.
Everyone's like, you go. And the franchise report is on page 36 of your agenda for council. I didn't even bring a computer. Nope, it's all good. They got it. We have yours in the agenda. I don't know if you wanna feel scared. So, if you want us to jump to it on the agenda to.
Yeah, if you wanna
We don't
pull it
have
up.
shared on there, do you? Actually, we don't have it shared on there. Sorry.
Before we jump into this, did you guys have any more questions on Ron's stuff about the outages? I think I've talked to most of you with the problems and stuff. Also, we've committed to them because they don't have someone close by for on-call, that they're gonna use us for emergencies, so then everyone's not down for so long. So they'll call our after hours, which is usually one of the guys on call, that will go, we can't operate their stuff, but we can at least get everything back up and running after hours. So that's kind of in the works of, because they're so far away. But yeah, I know he touched a little bit on it and just about the wire that was burning down. Without getting into all kinds of technical stuff, the wire was maybe the size of my finger and we replaced it with wire as thick as my thumb. Just to make sure it can handle what was being put back on. The reason it just started happening, obviously, sun gets more power, they're pumping more back on. Didn't notice it at first because they went on in December. And when it couldn't handle it, so. Good.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll start by introducing myself, Rochelle Bourget, Customer Service Representative with ATCO. Nice to see you guys all again. But you guys know Andrew. but-
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah. Who are you, Andrew? What is your role with ATCO Electric?
I don't know. Supervisor. Now.
Yep, yeah, my name is Mikhail. I'm the team lead out of Smoky Lake here. I took Andrew's role when he moved up, so I don't think I've met most of you, but Don and John for sure.
Charlotte McCullough, I'm the customer service supervisor for Central East Region. I work out of the Vineville office. Nice to see you all again.
So you guys have all seen this report
Or
or?
hold on,
Oh.
yeah, because we just said, hi, I'm Evelyn
sorry.
Phillips, I'm a counselor for the town of Smoky Lake.
Amy Trinity, Mayor's Lake. We've met before.
I think.
My name is Mary Ann Protsky Zarutsky.
John, Public Works Manager.
Dawn CAO.
Crystal Letwick, Assistant CEO.
Apparently mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Terry McWaychick.
Good. Okay, so you guys all have had a chance to see the 2023 franchise report. So yeah, I'll just sort of read verbatim from the cover letter, just the general intention. So again, pleased to present this annual franchise report to this town of Smoky Lake. ATCO Electric's been serving the town of Smoky Lake since 1946. And so the intention of this report is to bring you up to date on our financial commitment to the town of Smoky Lake, reliability statistics, system development, customer satisfaction, and the contribution we as a company have had the privilege to make to your community. So in addition to that, we always like to use this as at minimum an annual touch point with our communities and also provide the opportunity to hear from you folks what's going well, any areas of improvement. And then also if there's anything to chat about for the upcoming 2024 year, just to be proactive and any support we can provide or any concerns that you guys may have. So first page. So the first section is just highlighting the number of customers that are being served within the town of Smoky Lake and that customer breakdown based on rate class. So you can see there the various rate classes and a total of 853 sites that are served. Any questions? I'll just ask if there's any questions following.
So when I look at residential, that's 503 homes or 503 buildings, or how did?
So in 2023, that's the 490.
Sorry,
Yeah.
498, you're right, I'm looking at 20.
So individual services. So yes, it would be,
Individual services.
you betcha. So for example, if you had a multiple dwelling home, then it would capture each of those as individual services. The next section is franchise fee and taxes. So again, this is just an overview of the 2023 actual and then the 2024 forecast. It highlights what your current franchise fee is. And then also goes into some detail and projections around, if you were to increase that franchise fee in the future, even just by 1%, what that additional revenue would look like. Questions? Okay. System reliability. Okay, this is AKA Mikhail and Andrew. So yeah, these are just the the data for the 2022 year. Again, we've captured and then showcasing that towards the 2023 year. So if these lovely acronyms we have on the last page of this document under supporting information, it does highlight what those acronyms represent. So SAFE is the system average interruption frequency. So this is the average number of interruptions per customer. And then SAIDI is the system average interruption duration index. And that's the total average number of hours each customer power they would have interrupted, they would have experienced. Questions? Concerns? Okay. The next section is our distribution asset maintenance programs. So you can see again what was completed in 2022, 2023, and then what's proposed for 2024. So in 2024, we have planned forestry patrol consent, and then as well forestry mechanical brushing. So again, those programs to, just ensure there isn't any concerns from a brushing perspective, and then though if there are any, then being addressed. Questions? No? Okay. So streetlights, again, this is just a snapshot of your streetlight inventory. So these are streetlights that are billed to the town of Smoky Lake. So you can see that all of your streetlights are on the invested rate class, with Smoky Lake being a fully invested community. And then it breaks it down to show you your HPS lighting and then as well your LED technology. So the 20 that are, as you're all aware, you were the first community actually that participated in the LED conversion program. And so you can see that majority of your streetlights are the LED technology. The remainder that are still HPS, those would be your Main Street non-standard decorative lights that are still that HPS technology.
So which ones are those?
Those are your Main Street decorative lights. The green.
Like those
Yeah,
green ones?
yeah, you bet.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, the non-standard decoratives were not included within the LED conversion program.
Right.
And I believe there's two lights per davit.
Thank you.
Yeah, you betcha. Questions? Okay. And then again, just a part of the franchise agreement, specifically pertaining to Schedule C within that franchise agreement, we do just identify the number of lights out identified from streetlight patrols, which in 2023 that was 0. Number of temporary overhead repairs for streetlights, which was 1, and number of underground repairs made, which was also 1. Okay, and then the next section is community engagement. So again, this just sort of highlights from a holistic ATCO perspective our community engagement. And then as well dives a little bit deeper into our engagement with your specific community. So, events that we participated in, through our discussions actually at when we were together in September, we passed along some contact information and we were able to get out to the school to do a low voltage presentation in fall of last year, which was really great to have that opportunity, and made a couple connections with the teachers there for future ones. And then some, our donations towards the community. So as you guys are aware, the Clean Energy Community Fund grant that again, we presented in the fall of last year, contributions towards the Smoky Lake Pumpkin Fair, and then your local food bank as well. Then the remainder of the report is just supporting information and again, speaking to some of those acronyms within the report. So that's it for the review of the report. Do you guys have any questions in general? Just outside of the franchise report itself, just also wanted to make note that just in discussion on the streetlights that we have prepared a proposal that outlines 2 options for your Main Street non-standard decorative lights that we will be reviewing with administration in the coming weeks. And so again, those options will highlight a full conversion from your current non-standard decorative to an ATCO standard decorative. And then as well, the option of just retrofitting the existing infrastructure to LED technology.
We'll be including that in the capital budget review this year, for next year.
That's all I have. Nothing from you guys? That's great.
We're a quiet bunch.
Yeah, what the heck?
Not what you're used to seeing, I know.
I know, right? Well,
I
appreciate it.
can say it's Monday afternoon.
Yeah, true, very true. We'll appreciate the invitation.
Okay.
And yeah, we'll chat in the coming weeks here. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for coming over.
Thank you. Yes, good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Which way? This way is exit?
Yeah.
Okay, please
Stay
stay
flat.
flat. Okay, take care, you guys.
See you guys. See you. All right. We'll move on to our next delegation, and that's Sergeant Zita.
Hi, we're just gonna sit here, something
Yeah.
comfortable. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did make it. I was actually deployed down to the protests down in Cochrane, so.
So your mother and Wanda were telling me last
Yeah,
night.
so I'm actually part of the technical support group for the K Division for Alberta, so
Okay.
I'm part of the logistics group, so sometimes I will be pulled away for things like that, but everything was good and we got to go home last night and I was able to get to here today. So first of all, I want you to introduce you to our new corporal. He's just waiting on some paperwork to officially become a corporal. Brendan, you can say your last name.
Brendan Fury, so it's nice to be here. I've been able to go to a couple of things in other communities that we serve, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you guys all around as I'm more out in the community, especially the nice weather, right? We're out and about, and so anyways, I'm glad to come with Anita, so.
So yeah, so if I can fill in.
So you'll be flipping pancakes for the Lions out.
Flipping pancakes, I heard we're doing cornhole soon.
That's
That's a surprise, I guess, but.
Might have a first annual cornhole tournament.
Wow.
In the works, so.
the cat out of the bag.
Instead of a golf tournament, cool.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Yeah, so thanks for having us here. So a couple things, before I go into the annual performance plan, there's just a couple things that were brought up to my attention. That, the school brought up to my attention that on the east-west road in front of the school, there's no 30-kilometer sign coming when you come off of, 855 there. I don't know if we can get a 30-kilometer sign, because the kids are speeding through there. I think kids need a visual aid. Like
There is
there's
the
one,
other way,
there's one
right?
coming
Okay,
this
yeah.
way, but there's, I know it's a really short turn, but I don't know if we could, if you guys could do something just to,
It's actually the province,
Is
but
that-
we can
talk to them?
reach out. to
okay,
them.
just something that maybe.
There's so much fun talking out.
Yeah,
there.
no, but it's
Reduce that
east
turn.
and west, right, when they turn into they turn onto the street and then either they go into the school parking lot or they just keep going.
That's
It was just brought to my attention today that. Yeah, so, yeah, right, so I don't know if we can do anything with that, so just thought I'd put it out there. And yeah, we're still doing patrols at the school, trying to get those guys a little, with the weather being nice, right, guys like to spin their tires and stuff. So, and then also, Dawn, I don't know, do we have access to the town cameras, cause there's a bunch of cameras we don't have access to. I know you were upgrading your guys' server.
Wi-Fi, so I'm gonna look into that.
Okay, and just let me know, okay, perfect, cause I know the boys were trying to access some cameras and they only have certain access to a couple and we look at a bunch of other cameras, so. I don't know if there's any near future, of you guys adding more cameras into town or not?
Nothing planned at this point, but if you knew of areas where they would be helpful, we would definitely be open to.
Okay, no, we'll have a look and see kind of if there's any certain issue spots that we can maybe think of that we can let you guys know. Are you guys still working with the county to get the bylaw officer to
We
Are you guys?
put in the request, I believe they had supported it, but then they've been without a CAO, so it's a lot of our regional initiatives, I think, have just been put a little bit on the back burner, so hopefully in the very near future, we'll be able to start moving forward on some of those initiatives. So-
No, that sounds good, because I'm trying to support you guys to support the county to get this off the ground, because it supports us too, right?
Right.
You know, it takes us, we can get, because with hotspots or whatever, and I don't like talking with the county part, but you know, they're having issues, say, at Paradise Cove, we can go do patrols there. If he has like some issues here in town, then we can say, hey, focus on this or focus on that, and we can, you know, task him out with some certain tasks that, you know, maybe my members can't do, and then he can report kind of back to me. Okay. So, but okay, we'll wait until that happens. Perfect. So, the community priority issues, I kept them the same as last year. And the reason is I think we're starting to do some good, since I've been here, I think, and I just kind of keep those same initiatives going. You know, I find if you know, it's not working, change it, but I think it's working. So, if you guys have anything different, please let me know. But our biggest one is our crime reduction, of course, on property crime, for the town, as well as, the police and community relations is still really important. You know, we're going, into the schools quite a bit. Hey, if you want to come and cheer us on tomorrow, we're playing grade 4, 5, and 6s in dodgeball at 2:30. So, you know, we're going into the schools more that way. You know, we're having lunch with the seniors, lunch with a cop, you know, kind of staying visible. You know, we'll be helping pancake breakfast, things like that. As well as, of course, crime reduction, the members are, one thing that Brendan will be kind of spearheading on this is kind of all of our crime reduction initiatives for the detachment. That's kind of one of his, I guess, portfolios you want to call it. And he'll be guiding and leading the members into all projects here and there. So, it's nice to have him on board because it kind of takes away, takes a little bit off my shoulders and a little more supervision, a little more guidance for the members. And I'm not torn in 6 different directions. So, and he comes with a wealth of knowledge when it comes to that stuff, so. Any questions?
I do. Coffee with a cop, how's that going? Because you've had that going for a while now, and you do have a lot of dates and like.
Yeah,
we see that.
we still do it once a month, you know. Sometimes there's one person, sometimes there's 4. It's usually always the same people. You know, somebody actually made the comments, maybe it's so low because we're so much out there now. That, you know, they see us all the time and they can talk to us whenever, right? You know, I know that one of the members went for lunch to the bakery and some old ladies cornered him and he had lunch with them. Right? So, great supporter, my guys, if you ever see them. Especially that Ivan Hanna guy.
Loves it.
Yeah. So, yeah, so maybe that's why it's down. Sure. You know,
Yeah, it could
but we're
be,
still offering it, you know, if I can't make it, whoever's working that day will go, so it's still just an extra resource. So I have the schedule for the upcoming year, so still kind of doing the same Thursday, third Thursday at 10 o'clock, so. Yeah.
So it's basically the same people that are coming to hang out with you.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
so it's not like you're getting a smattering of new people who have some sort of
Concerns? No.
concerns or anything like that?
Nothing
Okay.
really, you know, like, to be honest, the biggest crowds are probably Vilna. Right, so, if I had to be honest about that, but
Okay,
it's always the same people, so,
okay.
yeah. But yeah, we'll keep doing it, at least for one more rotation,
Mhm.
yes. Any other questions, concerns, like with the annual performance plan? With crime reduction and community policing?
I know, my kids are in school, so they know who you are and they quite enjoy the dodgeball. So I think that's a great initiative, gets them to know who you are.
Yeah, we're actually doing another initiative at the school here, we're having a commander for a day. Grade 6, I'm hoping to make it an annual tradition for grade 6 class. When they do they're writing essays right now, so they have to write an essay on, I don't even know what the topic is anymore. What is the job of the RCMP or something? But, yeah, their kids are gonna write essays and then we have 3 independent judges that are gonna judge them and we're gonna pick the best one, or you think is the best one, and they're gonna come and hang out with me for a day.
Oh, that's
So, or maybe him or whoever, but, yeah, you know, do a couple, kid initiatives like that and stuff, so. And then hopefully it's like my beta project, so that maybe next year we'll reach out to the other schools as well, right, so.
So in response to your performance plan, I do think that's a good idea, Dudley, because I don't see anything that needs to be shifted
I think,
on there. I think so. I'm fine with you. Like, and in response to your question, I'm
Yeah.
fine with you keeping it for a second year.
yeah, and you know, that's kind of what the K Division kind of wants to, right, property crime, you know, hotspots, property, you know, trying to do property crime, you know, projects as well, warrant roundups, and then, what's the other one? Oh, offender management, we have some high-risk offenders living in the community, whether they're here, what's that, in Northville or somewhere in the rural area, we do monitor them, we do curfew checks on, and that's under the property crime initiative, because what do? They commit crime, that's why they're on curfew, right, so, and then, you know, community policing, you know, I think with the performance plan, what I like to see is we gotta make it realistic to reach the goals. You know, you can have 10 initiatives, but if you're gonna, pardon my French, half-ass all of them, you're not getting anywhere. So focus on what we need to focus on, do a good job on that, right? So,
I speak French, so that's.
okay, perfect. I failed French.
No, I'm laughing because that's my French. Usually I call it construction, but if you call it French.
Yeah, I failed streets class, so I'll tell you that. But, yeah, so.
Is there anything that we can do for you?
Come on out whenever we're out. If, I don't know, anything, Brendan, you wanna add?
We like good witnesses. We like when things happen for people to come and report things to us. That's sometimes a struggle as a police officer is we know something happened. But we need people to come and tell us. So we like when people report things to us. So you're talking to people, encourage them to report things to us that we might be able to. Small things can sometimes turn big. They can be nothing, but they can also be big. So that's what I would say. We like good witnesses.
Okay. Oh, another question I have is how have you done with the signing up people's cameras? Like, I mean, you're just speaking to Dawn about that. Have you had a positive response or
No.
not really? Okay.
No, we've been promoting it, right, and I can
Okay.
force people to do, but yeah, like, promote it, all we can do is promote it, right? And try to get people to sign up on it and stuff, to be honest, I don't know, we might actually have people signed up to it, I would have to look into the database, to be
Okay.
honest, so I'd have to look, I thought I would maybe get some information on that, but I never did, so.
It's too bad because I've noticed from when I went door to door that there's a lot of people with cameras.
Yeah, oh, there is.
So. Cause that's, yeah, there's a lot of cameras out there that.
Which is good, right? You know, people are taking the initiative, whether they wanna join that program or not. That's definitely up to them. It's just a program that we have easy access to, right? So, cause when it comes to crime and whatever it is we're dealing with, you know, people have to be held accountable as well, right? We can't do everything. It's a collaboration when it comes to investigation. So if you have cameras and you got that footage, perfect, it gives us a start. But if you have nothing and you expect us to solve something, well, good luck, right? It's just the reality of policing, unfortunately, so. But it's good to see people with cameras and stuff and being proactive and trying to protect their property and stuff, right? So.
Okay. And can you give us a summary on what was going on with the post office? Because that was,
So that is still pending through court.
okay.
Yeah, it's still going through the court process. I don't know if it's been set for trial. No, so it's, yeah, still in the process.
So, and then do we have cameras on the, our cameras don't point toward that direction, do they? Or yes or?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so we
But
do
we're-
have,
We're a bit of a distance because it's on the side of the building, so we can see down in that area, but not great. And we were having some issues as well with connectivity on our cameras. That they worked through, because we spoke about
Yeah.
footage
Yeah,
and
before.
they had been down and yeah, so we were having some issues with our cameras.
would that be just a matter of like sticking the camera further out, like a longer arm on it or not?
Oh, no, we can see there, it's
You can
just,
see,
we're
okay.
quite a ways from it, that's all, so.
Yeah, just
yeah,
distance,
but
okay.
I'm not sure if we're talking the same incident.
Yeah.
Or is it, okay, yeah, so Anita did call me about that one, I could get access to the cameras. So then that's when I reached out to our IT company and they were working through that issue, so unfortunately, we had nothing for that, and had we had some, it would have been okay footage, it would, just wouldn't have been, it would have been helpful, but not great, because we are a distance from there, that's all.
But we would have had them coming down the main, because you have
Yes,
cameras
yeah.
here, right?
Should I give me the, what was, do you know the date offhand?
December. No.
If you can send me.
Wait, when was the Christmas concert at the school? That was the night of the Christmas concert.
December 16th, I believe.
That's how I know
There
it.
is a possibility that even though we couldn't see them, that there was something stored. So let me just follow up with court. They were working on
Okay.
some different issues.
Yeah, then that's, if we do get something, it's still disclosable, so we.
Okay. I'll double check, because at that point I couldn't get anything.
No, and the reason I'm bringing it up is because I had that.
Sorry, December 21st.
Okay, yeah, because the post office does seem to be a target,
Yeah.
which is why when talking with Belle Friends about it, I was thinking that perhaps the town could contribute or be like, because we already have the cameras, if there was, I don't, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
If there's something that, the way that we pointed our cameras are just a different positioning and so on, because the post office.
And you know, the
Yes.
post office is the same way.
What's that?
The post office is the same way.
Yeah, I get you.
I got my mailbox broken just,
Yeah,
so it happens to
it's-
everybody.
and why, of course, it's gonna be a target, so that's why knowing
Especially
that,
around holidays and stuff like that, right?
yeah, so just something to consider,
Yeah,
so.
and Canada Post doesn't want to put cameras inside because they say it's a privacy issue when people are getting their mail. So,
So they don't even have cameras on there the way that we have a camera, like by the front?
no, we've actually reached out to Canada Post and asked them about putting it's a privacy issue.
Really?
Yeah, I was talking to, actually, well, I was talking to Linda and Bill and they said, yeah, it's a privacy issue when it comes to the mailboxes. So, like, I can see why you can't have, on the outside would be fine, people coming in,
Yeah,
but yeah, like the actual inside in the vestibule, yeah.
okay, cause I was thinking, but they don't even have ones where their employees are working in that vicinity?
They
Not the
have
like not the mailboxes, but the,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I was told. So.
I'm done, that's right.
Oh, can you fix our sign at the detachment? That little part.
Sure.
Just needs to be.
But,
It's kind of crooked.
I'm sorry, you have to wait until the public works report in order to.
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, it's a request. I'm here.
No, I'm kidding.
I know. So, no, I hope that, we're doing a sufficient job for you guys, for the community, so.
The feedback has been very positive.
Well, if there's anything my my door is always open. If there's any concerns or questions, please don't hesitate to ask us. I'm always looking for better ideas, like brainstorming, it's all good.
It was good meeting you too.
Nice to meet you, yeah.
Yeah, and this has to be signed if you're agreement with the APP there, or not. Or if you want to keep it, you can email it to me later on.
For the initiatives,
Yeah.
we'll make a motion a little later in the agenda and then we can get it signed.
Yeah, just, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Yeah.
we get any better if we give these guys a coffee once, so they come to the bear, put it around once in a while.
Can they make enough overtime?
Oh, they can, okay, I'll remind them that.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, nice to meet you.
Brandon.
Brandon.
Very offensive.
Oh, Brad.
Not to him, but I've had other Brandons. Or Brendans get upset when I call them Brandon.
B-R-A or Brad? It is E, okay. I'll correct my
I
notes.
think it is.
So I thought it was the other.
When you get a speeding ticket, you'll see.
Yeah. Wait until it.
Sorry, if we move to administrative reports and then that way.
Oh, great.
That way John can.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're done. And then
Sorry.
the other one.
Yeah, and then, more so 13.6.
Yes.
He doesn't
We're
need
being
to be here for admin reports necessarily, but.
Okay,
13.6.
okay.
Well,
Well,
we were
start
just
with
gonna
that.
jump to 13.6
Yeah,
then?
we are
Not
okay
a
with
problem, not a problem. So he's not dressed for us, he's dressed for getting out of here.
Is that a new one, 13.6?
That was
Yeah.
the emergency.
Oh, sorry. I thought that do you want me to let you speak to it?
I can speak to it,
You can stay there.
thanks for having me. I'm not sure, how much, deep I should go into this, but been having troubles with a sewer main on the west side of town there. Behind a couple of businesses there from 44 south. We've had a couple of contractors to clean it with their equipment. And it needs to come off again, not soon after. I'm still in the investigation phase. We've had some challenges with the investigation. The camera on wheels wasn't able to fit in the pipe one way from the manhole, and then one of the sewer services intrudes into the main, so we're not able to see past that. So it's an 87-meter stretch of sewer, and we've only been able to see about 30-ish meters of that line. We've tried to use a cable camera as well, ours, after cleaning it, but there's too much base flow for us to get a good picture. It's just underwater the whole way, so I still need to determine what the cause of the issue is. It could be a few different things, but there may be a repair that has to be done, or it could be grease buildup. There's a residue when we pull out the cleaning hose. Yeah, we still need to figure out exactly what the issue is, but there may need to be work to repair it on an emergency basis. I'm not there yet. I can't say for certain what it is.
So when Amtrak's
Camtrack.
went in and did the camera assessment, they encountered a lot of debris and, and this is something that's been ongoing for, well, since I've started. We've had issues with this line. It's behind Centex and Skyway is the actual area. And there has been talk, we were actually planning on adding it to next year's. It's actually, if you refer to our capital notes from last year, it's on there for next year. There was no dollar value. I hadn't got it yet, but our plan was to bring it forward. We've spent quite a bit of money already on the video surveillance or the video footage, as well as cleaning it out, as well as sewer backup. And we're checking it twice a day, 7 days a week. So we have staff resources dealing with that. Our concern is, and it's regularly needing to be flushed.
You can see it.
So we believe that we're going to have to do a replacement, but it could be this much or this much, right? So because we're not sure, there's two ways we can approach this. Is we do have a quote to replace the entire amount, which is at $98,800, with a contingency of 20%. You're at about close to 120,000, as a, so we could move forward with if needed to go forward with an emergency replacement of that line of up to 120,000, or we can bring it back to council when we have an accurate response that's needed. The issue with that is we may want to have an emergency meeting or a special meeting, because if we wait 3 weeks, that's a lot of resources and costs every time it backs up, every time it plugs up, and checking it on weekends and whatnot to stay on top of it. So like I said, our plan was to replace a section of this line next year, also to add some checkpoints in there so that we can see, because there are businesses close by, so we can monitor if it is an issue or if it's more that we have rocks or whatever collapses within the line. So it's kind of up to council how you want to proceed. I don't feel that we should be waiting 3 weeks to come bring it back and replace, just because, I mean, again, if that whole thing backs up, we paid for a sewer backup in one of the buildings already because it was on our end. So again, and it's an ongoing issue. So if you're comfortable with going ahead with whatever amount of sewer line replacement is needed, once all the checks are done, the checks and balances are done to accurately find out what we need to do, we would ask for a motion to support sewer line replacement up to $120,000 funded from the grants, or leave it with us and we'll request a special meeting once we have the formal, more firm details. Does that sound accurate?
Yep, I do have a couple of steps I can take to further the investigation as well.
How much does it cost so far? Approximate, I know you don't have.
Um,
Quick, like a rough.
maybe 6,000.
Okay,
Not bad yet, yeah.
that's
So-
not, no, okay.
You're
When you
staying
said
on
that,
it?
I was like,
Oh, yeah, no.
So that wasn't what I was expecting.
Yeah, and we did have this issue last year, so like I said, we were working on it and to bring it back, but some further information has come forward, so we knew it was an issue, it's just now it's. Like I said, when they couldn't get in and it seemed like there was debris in the line.
So, and just to help me understand it better, so there's that point of the two properties, and then there's kind of the property line demarcation line. You'd mentioned that it was the town, the onus was upon the town. So then my question would be, does the Sani dump have anything to do with it, or?
It could, I can't say for sure what
Okay,
it
sorry.
is. I would have to see inside of the line, and even then, there's no guarantee that we could get in there. Yeah, I do have a couple of next steps I can take to try to get some more information. But I can't guarantee that those will work either, so.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
Oh, no.
So then going back, in my opinion, just because one of the counselors is not here, I think that if it could come back to us, I think that might be better rather than,
You mean Terry, you have a comment? You're muted.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to get off of mute. This is not that easy. Do we have any, what's the word? Record of, because that Sani dump was dug up last year or the year before? Is there a record of that anywhere? Of what was taking place?
I think it was 2 years ago.
It was before me.
Okay,
I could take a look.
We could look into that.
If it was flushed or.
and then you said, with the service protruding into the line, so is that our issue or is that their issue if their line is coming into our main, or is that,
Well,
that's our issue?
It doesn't seem to be what the problem is. The blockages seem to be further down the line from there. It makes it so that we're unable to take a wheeled camera through the main there
On our side.
on our end. So we're trying to get some information downstream of that where the service comes in. But it doesn't seem to be what's causing the blockages.
Evelyn?
And it's costing you guys a lot of time then from Public Works. You're having to spend a lot of time just dealing with this issue, right?
Yeah, I've been checking it daily.
Well, and if I may, it doesn't happen on Monday to Friday during regular hours, it's on the weekend, so on-call people. And then just to add to that, we had some backup farther down the line at one of the church properties. And Public Works came and checked everything. So the first time it happened, it was you hydrovac'd everything with in between the church and the shell.
We flushed the main,
Yeah.
yes.
And then later, when it happened again, it was determined that it was maybe the churches, so there was some tree, or we're not sure at this point, so. Does that?
With this one, it's very clear that it's backed up in the main, even in the manhole, the level rises. It's not flowing through our main.
Okay, so
We're confident it's our issue and we're confident we need to do a sewer line replacement. We're not confident on the amount. So it's up to, what was it? How many meters? 80?
87 meters.
87 meters. So maximum is 87 meters. But if we find this 40 is fine and this 47 is not, then we would do just that 47. But so what we may need to do is, well, this is one of the conversations, was maybe even cutting into the line to access from the other end to get footage. That was one conversation, but John would work with Camtrax and his staff and, you know, to find out, and we're also speaking with a contractor that we got quotes from so that we can kind of we can pin down exactly what needs to get done and then move forward with that. So like I said, if we had that general support today, then we would just figure out what was wrong. We would then update council and we move forward. Or if you're more comfortable with us bringing that back to council, then we would do a special council meeting and ask for the support then with it's 47 meters, so it's this amount plus contingency and get the approval to go ahead.
So just the one last question, is that line, do you think that line is all the way runs the same length that those businesses up to the church to Shell, or is it?
We're over here on.
I know, but I'm asking about that line, if it runs,
It's not on that line, it's on
it's a different.
right by 44 Avenue.
And just for clarity, thanks.
Yeah, it's in the back lane behind the gas station from 44 Ave south.
I'd be confident in setting a dollar amount up to, and then having a detailed report come back on the next council meeting,
And what about you, Terry?
rather than calling a special meeting. Yeah. Terry, do you have a comment? regarding-
I'm still thinking.
Okay. What about you, Marina?
Can we bring it back at a later time during the meeting?
Oh, okay, so defer this to,
Well, we're in reports right now. This should have been brought up so we would have known ahead of time what's going on.
This is additions,
This is 13.6.
Yeah, it was in addition to the agenda. I just asked to do it sooner so that we could bring John in to update council so that we didn't have to keep him all day. So it's a new addition to the agenda.
it's not reports.
Yeah, well, I would have liked to have had something on paper to research it before we make a decision, is all I'm saying.
Well, I guess we have all the information we can bring up right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Sorry.
Thanks.
All right, well, we have two, oh, sorry, with that, Evan?
5-minute recess.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's what I was.
So did you want to are we bringing this back to discuss later in the meeting? Okay, so defer to later in the meeting?
To defer or just, we can just.
To defer, that's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
it'll
you.
just be a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
5-minute break.
I'll let you know if I need you back.
As they say now, I.
Is that what
Yes, it's nicer than saying I gotta.
We're all about etiquette.
Harry's got his hand up.
Terry, we're in break. Oh, no.
Oh, we're having a 10-minute break, are we?
5.
Which
I
means-
might need a little bit more than 5, but thank you.
All right.
Do we want to finish up that 13.6 or no?
Well, because we deferred it.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, we will move on to, I'm not sure. Right, 6.1, administrative reports. Thanks, Evan.
I've summarized all my staff reports into one and just there for any comments, questions.
All right, any questions, comments about the administrative report?
So I have a
Evan?
lot. What about you there? Yeah. Check my notes. Go ahead. How about, I'll go ahead with my first half. And then.
That sounds ominous.
Well, I wasn't here, actually, I know, actually, when I started looking at all of them, I went, wow, but, okay, but a lot of them are quick, so first of all, actually just interested in learning about your small town CAO meeting, AKA therapy, I assume, like. That's interesting.
Yeah, the CAO from the Village of Consort, who was actually the mayor of Hinton previously, so it's
Oh.
interesting having his dynamic there, actually.
Yeah.
So he reached out to a bunch of us, basically through Tim. Tim, I think, made some recommendations, because I know several of the CEOs in the room.
Yeah.
And we connected virtually, so now every few weeks we meet for an hour and chat about CAO stuff, how are you guys dealing with this? And yeah, so it's just a small group right now it's a smaller group, Jennifer from, I wanna say ON, I feel like that's right, Onaway. One from Coronation, Redwater joined, he hasn't been in the meeting yet, but yeah, several CAOs, and it's just now when you have a question, we're seeing some emails go out where it's to the group saying, what do you guys do, how do you deal with this, and what are your thoughts on this, and so communicating via email, and then, yeah, just meeting, and there was probably a little bit of venting, but more so just, you know, like some new stuff with the audit came up, how is everyone dealing with,
Yeah.
you know, that kind of thing, so
No,
that's
that's
good.
really excellent.
Yeah,
I didn't know Jennifer was in that.
yeah,
one.
she joined too.
And I'm trying to remember, it starts with M, that you were saying consort. Yeah, he left
Maurice.
Hinton.
Maurice.
Maurice. I know who, he was in my job
Top of my head now.
session, so, yeah.
I love his dynamic because he was political, like on the elected side, and now he's on this side, so sometimes it's kind of a neat conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's excellent. Good for you guys for doing that. Secondly, we took it, it's part of the consent agenda, but congratulations on your CLGM designation.
Thank you.
So, and congratulations, and people can, what is it, you need several people to vouch for you that have known you for 5 years and so on, so good for you for doing that. And I see that Crystal was insistent on making sure that it was part of the agenda.
She did, yes. I had it under information,
But I saw
not
all of
taking
the
action, but.
When I saw all of the information, I was like, that's Crystal.
Yes.
So, yeah, and she's right for doing that, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Can see, these are easy items, it's not like, that's because I put the fluff.
Uh-huh.
So, and congratulations on hiring Laura as an intern. So is this the first time that we're getting a municipal intern? So that's pretty exciting, I'm glad that we're a part of the program. So, does she have writing?
She has,
Or-
you know, it was an interesting one. One of the things that drew us to her, along with her credentials, was that she was actually from Lac La Biche. And not knowing how many people are actually gonna move to Smoky Lake, but we were surprised at how many were willing and quite keen on moving here. But we interviewed 5 out of 85 applicants for the admin stream. She actually went into, she's in criminal law, and sociology was her second. And really big on things like, the policies and that she's quite excited about. We ended the interview with her and we were set on our first applicant in the beginning. We were like, oh, this guy's amazing. And we said that until the last interview, and she came in and we all walked out going, wow, we offered her the position very quickly, actually. We think she's gonna be, she's got a lot of great energy. She's continuing on to school, so she's off for 1.5 years, so it kind of fit perfectly with this program. And the requirement with this program is that there's like a work plan, so they have to have experience in all our different areas. So we'll move them around with everyone, doing a little bit of everything, a lot of shadowing with me and like council meetings, committee meetings and stuff, learning. But also then I think she seemed excited about. She was more excited about municipal, how did I word it? Being passionate about municipal governance, and maybe not all my staff have that same, and they're like, yeah, that's you, Dawn, and I think she would be right in there with that, so, and the policies and stuff, I think, we think she's gonna be a really good addition to our team, we're very excited.
Good, excellent.
And the energy was just,
Yay, just what we
Yes.
need.
yes, and she
Uh,
found a place to live.
Very good. Also wanted to say that I was very pleased with you for following up with Portage College on those medical credentials for both admin and staff. So I love seeing that educational opportunity being offered, and that we didn't just go, thank you, but that you're doing that, so thank you very much.
And with that, I just wanted to say, she did say that if we wanted to, and this will leave it up to council, offer it to counselors as well, and we get 15 free spots. I wanted to make sure that, so the MOU we're signing, they can be used by you, we'll get a number of free vouchers, and maybe that's a future conversation on if there was a lot of interest, how many should go. Or maybe that's plenty for all of us anyways. Yeah,
Well, it comes as no surprise that, it's comments coming from me, because I'm gonna be happy but I'm happy to see that for the staff as well too, and everybody else. So thank you very much. Okay, so this is good timing for the Minister's Awards for Municipal and Public Library Excellence for Métis Crossing Solar Project. I like to add the word collaboration. So last week, council approved a grand opening event for this, which is great. And then we saw Ron's presentation, which was, this is pretty exciting. And then you're even applying for a grant now, or not a grant, you're for an award for it?
So what happened was at the last council meeting, we brought forward that award, and that's one that we received last year, right? For the other project? Is that the same one?
Are you talking about the
So-
EV and Unis one?
Was
that
that
was the-
municipal? Yeah.
We applied for 2 awards last year and we got one, which was
And this
Alberta
one-
municipalities, the one where.
Okay, so we applied for this one, but maybe didn't get this one then.
Okay.
But anyway, but when I brought it forward, I misunderstood and didn't get direction on what we were actually applying for, because I was thinking it was something slightly different.
Okay.
So that's why I had it in here, was to say, what we applied for last year was the solar, or our solar project. So my intention was, and I have not submitted anything, probably because I wanted to know where we're at with production for the application, but then also I put it in there to make sure everyone was aware that that's, because the motion's there to apply for it, but not for what. But I remember this coming up last year, is that we could do that one, and then we could still do this one now that it's done. We may not get it this year because we don't have the proof that it's been successful yet. But I have several months worth where I thought I'd apply this year anyways with the information I have. And then we could reapply again next year, once we have more data, if we don't get it.
That's what I was thinking when I had looked at it myself before, that we actually need it to be, it has only been in since
Yeah.
December.
But I think, yeah, the data he gave today should help, where I can put that in and say, this is where we're at, and see if that's enough. And then if not, like I said, we could always reapply again next year.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, but to come back to that, but there's nothing about that project on our website.
Okay.
So that's why, again, for all the new homeowner, like, landowners and how we're trying to attract everybody. What we have about our own, I sent you an email.
Yes.
So you already, so there's comments in there that I don't need to say out loud here, but yes, you, the page for the one in town definitely needs a lot of editing.
Yes.
Just so you know, in my email, I requested that the picture of you and Terry with Kathy Heron accepting the award be added to the website, like, we want an award for it. So it's just I'm going back to what I've learned through all of my milk courses, which is we don't do enough job about bragging about the things that we're very successful about. So how, like, we need to learn how to brag more. So that solar our first project that we did here in town, we won an award for it, so we should brag about it. But it's also this particular one, and again, gearing up for hopefully winning some future awards for it as well. So that's why I just wanted to say we could, yes, especially since we're applying for all these awards. So thank you. And now that we're talking about the website, photos of the new school, what has happened with that? There was going to be,
I'd asked,
back in August when I asked about it, the concern was is that we shouldn't be putting up photos. So that we were gonna contact Aspen
I
View.
never got a response, but our intention was to move forward with, I'm surprised it's not on there already, with a link to the new website, to the new school which would then have the new pictures. So they were working on that, so if it's not done, I'll make sure it does get done, because that
Okay,
would
but
be
we can't
intentional.
put pictures of like, again, we've got, right at the very top, pictures that, so we're not out.
We could do that.
Yes,
Yeah.
so, and then the site needs to be, again, we have a page that's devoted to the school. And it's something that even the greater concern is, or the great, Smoky Lake County should have all 3 schools on their site, but it's a phenomenal, like, so I'm gonna reiterate my point about that school. It's an amazing addition to our community. It is something that's going to be, I know people don't like to talk about schools this way, but I will. It's an economic driver. It's going to attract people here because they want to teach at the school. They want their students to go to the school. So that's why I would love to see that school, and it's a beautiful school. It's nicer than a lot of private schools. So I really would like to see that a combination of the new and the old on our town of Smoky Lake website.
And we do have it, the information about HA Cost National on here with the new school, but we'll also add it to our main screen. as
Yes,
scroll
yeah.
goes. But we do have the update, so that part is done,
All right,
yes,
so that's,
thank you.
I'm talking about when I go to the landing page, I should see it right away.
Yeah.
Okay. We were in a housing committee meeting and Helen Expert asked us about the skate park on the tennis courts.
When I brought that up, about priorities when we did our strategic planning workshop, I was told, no, we're not doing anything with the tennis courts. That wasn't a priority. I need to remove it from my list. So I don't have it on there. I think I could look into it. We'd need a complete resurface. I think so. It's in pretty rough shape, so I think we have to resurface it. But I did ask if we wanted to invest in that, and I was told at that point that wasn't a priority. That doesn't mean it can't change.
Yeah,
But that's, we could open it. My concern would be if we just reopen it, remove the equipment and say it's open for tenants, then they're gonna want us to maintain it, right?
Yes,
Because then it's not
that's true.
something I can play on.
and I don't know.
I
the
do
history
need
of
to
it.
go take a better look at it.
Yeah.
When I walked across it, that was my concern, is that I think it just needs to be resurfaced. Like, I could look
But I
into
think
that
that
further.
The cadets were looking into a skate park at some point, and I'm not sure where they're
They
at.
were,
Yeah,
and then
that's the
when I
next-
started, they were talking about it, but then I was told that there wasn't interest in the community, so they weren't moving forward, is what I understood when I first started.
Oh, okay.
But there is a plan to move forward with a meeting with CASA, Connects, myself,
Okay,
the school, to talk about
more
that space,
area.
that green space.
So how about if we, okay, 'cause I'm just asking questions, because again, she's the one that decided to use the committee meeting for a forum to start talking about that. We are going to talk about the strategic plan. You just said that you're gonna meet with CASA and the Connect, like you're gonna have a group, so why not just make a note of bringing that back to us when we talk next at our strategic planning, because it could be just what she said twigged with me, because I thought, well, if we're getting a new skate park through the Connects, then is there, and I personally don't see anybody on it, but maybe, I don't, anyway. Today ATCO came here when I looked, so I started looking at ATCO. The franchise agreement that's on their website is one that has Harvey Proskew's name on it and Ernie's. So it's a bylaw 013-13. So anyway, I just wanted to say that's what's on the website. So if we do have a more updated bylaw, it's not posted.
Well, I don't know that we need it as a bylaw.
And that's actually a good question to ask. I found that very,
Because I found some bring things forward as a bylaw and some just sign an agreement, right? So, yeah. And in
So-
speaking with other, it's one of those interesting things where you speak with CAOs and these ones are doing it this way, these ones are doing it this way, and these ones are doing it this way, and there's no general. Because that one, we haven't been updating that as a bylaw, probably since then. We've just been signing the agreement sign. And that's how I'm bringing forward a future agenda item today, is just as an agreement, not as a bylaw, but I know another municipality doing it as a bylaw, so. To me, I mean, if we have the motion and the agreement signed, then it's still bound by it. So.
okay. Any of your new CAO group that you can put that question out to as well too, but yeah, it's on there, and
So
also
last
because-
time I asked about leases, whether open or closed, I had 3 different answers.
Interesting.
And I had that I asked about 8 different people. So it was interesting, because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it this way then, but I didn't get a firm, because things are interpreted often. Like the MGA and FOIP and everything can be interpreted so differently. It's,
Sure.
right? So it was interesting.
And yeah, so.
But I
just
do
wanna
have
point
that on
out.
my list to look into further, yes.
Also because Harvey's and Ernie's signatures are online, and I know at a time when it was signed and put up, like, you know that both you and Amy, when you sign something, that's not the document that's being posted, so that's just another point to make. Okay, all right, so the joint meeting, I saw that last week, motion 163-2024 for admin to request a joint meeting about the future of RCDC. We also have motion 641-2023 from the October 30th, 2023 operational and capital budget meeting for MCC, for us to discuss the MCC. So are
That
we
was
gonna
to go
combine?
to joint town and county meeting, and yes, I've sent, I had sent that request and sent a reminder, as well as then follow-ups with, the Niganon discussion, which there was no record of for the tour, as well as, this most recent one. Although from what I saw in the county's report, in the interim CAO report, which she had requested an RCDC meeting, because there was a business that needed to be dealt with, so they are going forward with that anyways, but I haven't heard back on it. But that is still there, and I did just send a recent email following up on that to say, just a reminder.
Okay, good, because I saw that and I thought, well, we already have a joint request, I thought, in the works from back then, so I mean, it's not such a bad idea to talk about RCDC, well, we'll see what happens, but RCDC and MCC. Okay. And combine it with the tour of the grounds, because we actually have not had one since, I think, early 2022. That's when I think it was, okay. So land leasing, again, we passed motion 50-2024 at our January 15th meeting about leasing town land for haying. Two of our properties have been leased to the same individual. Do we have a municipal land lease policy in place for that? Okay. Because I don't see one on the website. I've seen that other municipalities have them, and also it's just, and then I wanted to ask about the current status of the land lease for haying, where the corn, or like, where the corn maze is, I guess not haying, it would be for the corn. Do we have a lease in place for that?
It's been approved at council level, it's been written, I did an update. Sorry, I'm walking through it to remember where I'm at.
No.
It's in Amy's signature file. So once she signs it, then I will get the Connects to come in and sign it. We had a motion to support
Okay.
proceeding with the lease agreement, so that is 90% complete, 98% complete.
Because and again, we rented to the same individual too, so just maybe something I would like you to consider is bringing a motion back for that. Just so that it doesn't, he's gone through the right channels, there's no, favoritism.
That one is, our agreement is actually with the Connects, and then they oversee all their subcontractors out there. So that's whatever they do, we've kind of given them, you take care of this land, and but the concern that was brought forward at the council level was that about liability. So this basically waives us, puts it on them, they have to take care of it.
Okay.
And out, so that if we decide to do anything with that land in the future, there's a cancellation in there as well.
Okay, so just favoritism breeds resentment, so I just want to make sure that in a way that if we do have a policy in place, then we have the policy in place that people can refer to instead of who so-and-so knows and who, and so on. This one kind of, and my next one, it kind of ties into what I was talking about earlier before. We're doing our council has been very successful with the lot sales. So that is something that I have heard about since I moved here, is about how those lot sales haven't moved there. So yes, I'm extremely proud of the fact that it is this council that has ground, like that those lots are sold and that we already have homes being built. So again, I would love to brag about it. I want to brag.
If I may, the home is already for sale.
Sorry?
The home is posted for sale, that is in the process of building. It's on the website for
Is it on ML or realtor.ca already? Well, there you go. So not only have the lots all been sold, but again, one couple will be moving their home from Lloydminster probably by the end of the month.
sorry, I'm talking about Coquarica, not the Maria Clubs.
I assumed that when you said that.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so, but I'm talking about both.
Can we speed this along? This is this is just discussion back and forth. Like, are we almost through the questions?
So, yes, I'm asking Dawn if we could have more celebration of the sale that the lots have been sold out, and if that could again be on Facebook, on the usual sources.
And we do a little bit, but we
It's a
can
major
more.
accomplishment.
When we advertise the Maria the Coal Creek lots, we say this many sold, this many pending, right? So we are doing a little bit, but we could definitely do more, on our development page and on our front page blurb. And I brag about it at every opportunity,
Exactly.
every meeting, and successes
do.
for the town and conferences. Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, honor system for booking the town properties. So I noticed that the MCS that function was held at the curling rink. We have another volunteer that's this barbecue is gonna be held at the curling rink. And we also had, you went recently with the town staff to the curling rink, correct? Okay, so I just want to remind you that there is an honor system in place
Okay,
for using the senior center, for using the complex, for using,
so if I can respond to that, I tried to book the volunteer appreciation lunch at the complex, it wasn't available, so then we moved to the curling rink, we needed a larger area, that's why we did it there, we thought it would be a good location. Because we could get hundreds, like we could get 300 people there, so we wanted it large enough.
Okay.
The staff function, we also did golf last summer, and then we did this year. But that's the idea, is using the different amenities in town, but we wanted activities, that's why we went there, is we wanted to curl. We went to the golf course because we wanted to golf. We planned, I don't know what else we've talked about. These are staff ideas. One of them wants to go to paintball, like, so it's just team building events in different areas, yes. And what was the other one we did?
MCS Net was because the MCS Net was already set
Oh,
up.
because they requested, we didn't book that,
No,
they
they-
booked that, they requested it because they put in the Wi-Fi.
okay.
So, yes, yeah,
Well,
we're always very aware, and we try to make sure that we circulate around the different ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the people that run the other venues also pay attention. And again, to use the same line, favoritism breeds resentment.
Yeah.
So just
No,
be cognizant of that when it comes
We are.
to. Okay, so the next is actually, I'm done for Dawn specifically. Do you want to ask your questions, Mary Ann?
It was a duplicate, so it was a congratulations on your designation for the CLGM. And also thank you for the initiative that you put in for Portage College. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so the next one that I have is a sidewalk complaint. It's from a couple that uses the sidewalk, and interesting enough, it's a complaint about the exact same spot that we received the complaint about back in.
But have they used the method of going through the complaint process prior to you bringing it to council? Wouldn't that be the proper?
Yes, ideally, when you guys get complaints, the dog one, right? When we get complaints, if you send them to the staff, then we can tackle the issues.
Mhm.
So if you send them to administration to put in the customer service report, then we get the staff. Yeah, so with sidewalks, the staff are, I don't know if they've done it already, it's on our, remember I was telling you, I have my Gantt chart where everything's in a timeline. So April was the month for them to go out and assess all the sidewalks in town, determine what areas need to be addressed, and we budgeted $10,000 with to do some repairs again this year. But if we find out the area, we can take a good look at it and make sure that it gets that way.
Well, I'm following up on it because it was actually on our agenda back in November 2nd, 2021, vegetation growth and sidewalk cracks. Because it happens to be the same spot that's in front of Councillor McAwaychuk's home. So I'm receiving complaints about it from other people. So, but it has already appeared on our agenda. So this is why I thought it was interesting that the same spot has now actually. So now it probably does tie into other cracks and so on, but this spot seems to be particularly bad. So if you want to, deal with that one, it has come before council before. That's why it was memorable when this complaint came before me. So, and then now for the development report, there's a water line replacement in Maria Close.
That was part of the approval for selling the lots, was that we would replace all the water lines
Okay,
because they
so-
were brittle.
all right, so
The
that's-
initial motion, yeah.
That's what that one's about,
Yeah.
okay.
And it's covered by the cost of the sale.
Yes, perfect. I thought it sounded, when it was mentioned that way, I thought it was over and above, so that's
Nope.
why I wanted to ask about it. So community calendar, that's going to go on the website, is that the one that the Alberta Lakeland DMO has been working on?
No, we hadn't heard anything more on that. We always had one intended for our website as well. So this
Okay.
one's our community calendar where it's already set up where they can, it wasn't initially set up how we wanted it. So we had them make changes so that anyone in the municipality can submit their events on the community calendar as long as it's a community event. We would then approve it and it would go on the calendar. So not only our council events and committee event or meetings or whatever we choose to put on there, but also that the community can promote. And then as a region, we're working on collaborating so that so that we can go that direction where everything's going to one, but I believe the last we heard on that one was that they were planning that, but we hadn't heard any more on it, so
Okay.
I'm not sure where exactly that's at, so I can ask about that.
If I could please ask you to contact Marion Jenke about that, because we've been working on the board, the Alberta DMO board has been working on that. And the whole idea is that all of these sites are gonna talk to one another. So we have our Travel Lakeland new website where that calendar is going to appear. And that's where they wanted the municipalities to tie into it as well too, because then if somebody puts it on this well-connected calendar, then it's shared everywhere. So I mean, you might decide that the one that was written about in this report is the way to go, and that's fine, but we as the DMO board have been working on that
Yeah,
one for quite a while, so and they did ask us, would Smoky Lake be interested in?
We'll continue with ours for sure,
Okay.
but that doesn't mean we won't also do that one. It's just, I know it was talked about, and when we talked about the community regional newsletter and whatnot, then we did talk about that, but I just got to double check.
Yes, so if you could please do that, like contact Mary Ann. And then just more the generic line, met with potential developers for various lots around town, so this is just
We've been ongoing meetings with different people about development. There's 2 more coming to council today.
and are you finding that that's because we had that we got that grant and because of it?
A little bit, I think but even the ad hoc housing meeting, one was connected with like the easy home approach,
Okay.
so I think it's a combination of, you've got Raman out there reaching out to different developers, making connections. We've got the ad hoc housing where people are coming in and, all the delegations we had at that meeting, we got the HAF grant. Like, I think it's a lot of different things there. You got us taught, I'm on a Mexican holiday and I run into somebody from the area and we have conversations and then, so it's word of mouth from staff, council, as well as all those other things, I think, so. Not one area, I wouldn't say.
Okay, perfect. And then the advertising marketing for the Cola Creek lots, there is a brochure.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, council had requested that, a few months ago.
Yeah.
And so it was created and it was sent with the county to the RV boat show there. One of their councilors attended, so
So are there brochures we can see?
I can get you one.
Sure. Thank you. And then also and just one reminder that there's a connection to the website as well too. That's the whole point behind the new website, is that everything. I recognize that maybe people locally don't use the website as much, but that first point, even Community Futures, they talk about businesses. That 90% of businesses have to have a website or a Facebook page, otherwise people don't consider them a legitimate business, so that our website is the #1 site for everybody to be turning to. So I just want to make sure that that is covered and that information is there. And then last but not least, for the development, the municipal development plan. I have my elected officers information binder here, and it says that our plan is from 2012.
I have to double check.
So I was just wondering if this is I assume it's the most recent copy because this was given to me as a counselor.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm asking is because if the MDP is 11 years old, that means that it was 3 councils ago.
Mhm.
So everything that I've read about MDPs is that they're living, breathing documents and they need to be reviewed and updated every 5 years. So if that is.
It's one that and I don't remember the actual date. I remember referencing it when I was going through the interview process. It is on my list as something that I think needs an update, as well as, and I had written land use bylaw /MDP. But it's
Okay.
something that is one of those things that we may want to be looking for grants to do an overhaul. I don't think it's just an internal thing that we would do.
It's more than just an internal thing?
Land use, we do amendments to things
Yeah.
like the land use bylaw, but thank you, I have identified that needs
Okay.
to be looked into further and how to best approach it and whether it should be, along with, because there's so many of those documents tie in together, right? The IDP, the MDP,
Sure, they
the
do.
land use.
There's
So we just need to
overlap.
make sure that,
Yeah.
if you're updating one, they all meet, right? So
Yeah.
that's where I'm thinking it almost needs to be addressed as a bit of it as a unit.
Okay.
Yeah, to make sure that as, your guiding document, getting agreement. I just want to make sure that I wasn't saying something incorrect there. They're guiding document that everything flows from that one out, right? So,
Mhm.
so yes, I have identified that. We'll look at that.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to point out, because that's from 3 councils ago. And 2 things about this as well too, is first of all, we're talking about tiny homes now, so of course that doesn't incorporate tiny homes.
And the land use bylaw is being updated.
And then I was very interested in seeing the pictures that were actually included about the Iron Horse Trail and development right beside the trail, because I think it's kind of misleading, because as soon as I saw it, I thought, I don't know if the Iron Horse, like, I'm actually gonna bring it up to bring it forward to the Northeast Muni Corps, because I think it's very deceiving as to where we can build to the Iron Horse Trail. And of course, I'm saying that is because I sit on the board and we field these requests and comments all the time. So I'm a little bit concerned about what was included in our MDP about the Iron Horse Trail, but and then I just have a few questions for Crystal, actually, and that is, we had a workshop where we talked about debt management policy, investment policy, and reserves policy, and I can't find
They're
it.
coming forward. We haven't brought them to council for formal approval, so
That's why
she
I
was
was
just
wondering-
finishing the, we had this conversation very recently, and she was just finishing up the, they have to be put on the new template now. That we've
Okay.
changed our template, so with the audit and year end, it's now on her agenda for the next couple of months.
So again, you're something that you guys have already planned for the next meeting, I'm asking
Not
about
necessarily
it.
the next meeting, but in the near
Okay.
future, yes.
And then I have a question before our next meeting's audit, and that is designated officers on the, that's gonna appear on our financial statement. You're one of the designated officers,
I don't believe I am, no. The assessor, property assessor,
property assessor.
fire chief, and deputy are the designated officers.
So we just have 3 designated officers. So when we look at that number in 3 weeks, it's those 3 positions. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Next, I'm gonna make the motion to accept the administration reports.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And we'll move to deferred items and old business. 7.1, Mira. I'm not saying that last name, and regional manager, MPA update. Any questions, discussion? Right, Evan?
Yeah. It's funny because again, when you talk to other counselors, they say it's amazing how counselors will spend like 40 minutes talking about $100 item for what to spend. And then when it comes to $1 million investments like this, they don't spend any time. And I find it actually a little bit overwhelming. He comes in, he shows this, and I'm not even sure what questions to ask about it. So is there a way of getting that information that he shared with us today so we could like, because I'm not sure even what questions to ask. That's why, like, I feel like an idiot sitting here. He shows it to us and I'm not an engineer, so I'm not sure what best to do for my town or what questions to ask. That's why I'm saying that. So,
Well, I have the entire project proposal for the water reservoir plant. It's about this thick with drawings. I have the entire thing there, and most of it's Greek, right, to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm not an engineer, so I think part of it is trusting in the process, but I could ask for a written summary, maybe, is that what is
like an executive summary?
Yeah, maybe, is that kind of what you're hoping for?
Layman's terms, kind of, yeah, just kind of explanation of what's going on, because I'm not an engineer. So so I sit here and I go, okay, and I smile, and then we have millions of dollars which are being spent on something that I'm supposed to be a steward of.
Yeah, and he is meeting with myself and John regularly on these projects, so we had a recent update on the water reservoir one and showed very clear, so the water reservoir is going to be located here, and like, so he's definitely keeping us in the loop as the project goes along, so administration is very involved and who needs to be notified downstream and those kinds of things, but And maybe I can include more of that summary when John and I meet with them to make sure that we're summarizing that information back to you so that because then it will be layman's terms. Yeah, I can try to do better on making sure you guys are being kept up to date as we're moving forward on these projects.
Right, I just wanted to let you know how I'm feeling when I was
Okay,
down there.
fair enough.
So,
So at this time, I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion to that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the presentation provided by Murak. First name only, Edmonton Region Manager, MP Engineering, regarding the update on the new water reservoir project, the Alberta Community Partnership, ACP Regional Water Loss Study, sorry, and the recently approved ACP grant project for regional water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure design study.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, so carried, and we'll move to the delegation 7.2, Ron Henderson, making solar project update. Evelyn?
Town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the presentation provided by Ron Henderson, Métis Nation of Alberta regarding the Métis Crossing Solar Project.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
Yes, I'm in favor. Aye.
Okay, do you want me to just ask for opposed? You can oppose if you decide.
Please.
Okay.
Thank
Seven, yeah, 7.3, delegation item, ADCO customer service representative, decorative streetlights downtown and review of franchise report.
Do you want me to just read it for Terry, or if he wants to make the motion?
Why don't we just go back and forth?
Yeah, let's just
Okay.
because he's.
Doesn't necessarily have to make motions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the presentation provided by Rochelle Bourget, customer service rep, Central East Region for ATCO Electric regarding the review of the franchise report.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And last delegation, Sergeant and the doctor, Smoky Lake RC.
Can I amend this request and amend how this is worded? So I've got my recommended motion there, and then if we could add on and continue with the priority, crime reduction and police and community relations as the priorities for 2024 and 2025. If you're in agreement with continue with what Anita brought forward.
Can you just say that one more time?
And want me to read the whole thing and then?
Might as well.
Okay, so my recommendation for the motion is that the town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the presentation provided by Sergeant Anita Doctor, Smoky Lake RCMP Detachment regarding the annual RCMP planning for 2024-25 upcoming policing year, and continue with property crime reduction and police and community relations as the priorities for 2024 and 25.
Thank you. So I'll make that motion.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And we'll move to 7.5, financial statements, Smoky Lake Building Site and Smoky Lake Town. Smoky Lake Town and Country Golf Club. Is there something on that?
So, yeah, I wanted to have this one added because, that was great that the two groups have submitted. So we're now missing the one from the gun club, correct? They haven't submitted theirs.
There's a few that I have to still get as they come in. I'm just putting them on.
Okay.
We
So
did reach out to them all and
Okay.
request it, and then we also had a turnover of staff, so
Okay.
I think that request came from there, didn't it? Yeah, so we're working on the rest. As they come in, we'll bring them.
Okay, so I actually want to express confusion as to how, like, I know that on the property taxes that we have the rep fees. And I would really appreciate it if maybe at a future meeting, not necessarily the next one, but at the May meeting. If you could bring it back and do a little bit more of a detail for me, because if we have it, I don't ever recall us kind of reviewing this, but how much we're collecting, how much we've collected for the 5 years and who gets what out of that recreation fee. And one of the reasons why I'm asking is because I've talked, again, seniors at the senior center told me that rec fee got introduced in the first place originally because it was supposed to be paving a walking trail that never did get paved. So I keep hearing comments about the rec fees and I'm just.
We don't have that anymore. I'm like, that's what I was just saying. I don't know what she's talking about. Do you?
Like the recreation tax.
Yeah, like what it is that we're collecting
It's
from,
blended in now with the municipal.
is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we do, so what we, but then we have that number, so I'm saying it's on the property tax, but we have a set amount that we're taxing everybody for the recreation,
No.
like, no?
It used to be, and a big chunk of that was the complex, the Ag Society.
So, okay, so as you can tell, there you go. I'm completely and utterly confused as to how we're collecting money from taxpayers for the agriplex and whatever money that.
General taxes, just.
So general taxes, but we have a certain percentage.
Budget, we bring forward, here is the amount that we contribute annually to the Agplex.
Yeah.
And then it's one of our numbers of expenditures, so then when we calculate our overall tax rate, we need to cover, right, what we're not making on other revenues, and so then we collect the taxes
Okay.
accordingly.
Because I'm really interested in taking a look, much more of an analytical look at the Egg Society and the money and how that's done, because as you can tell, I don't understand. And I get questions about it and I'm not able to answer it knowingly or, so yes, I would like to make the motion that. Write it down, Cash. Yeah, the town of Smoky Lake ask admin to compile data showing distribution of taxpayer money collected by the included in taxes on the town, I'll rephrase. Collected for the Egg Society. Because I don't understand. So if you bring that forward.
Okay, so basically what we're gonna bring forward is, here's what we budgeted and council approved at the last agenda. Because we don't really have more information than that, like that, literally, it's.
Okay, then I'm gonna, then I'll since I'm clearly screwing up and I don't know, but I'll talk to you outside the meeting and then maybe you can help me come up with a motion for the future, but
Maybe some more background on
Yes.
our contributions over time and.
because I'm getting, as you can tell, I'm getting a lot of questions and I'm getting a lot of comments, so I'm getting confused too, because I'm having the same with how this conversation is going is how it's going when people start asking me about how it's done here, so. Okay, well,
Let's just try to bring back more information and we can kind of go from there.
I'll talk to you, forget it. I'll just talk to you and then we'll figure it out between the two of us and we'll bring back to council. So for now, I'll say the town of Smoky Lake, except for information, 2022-2023 for year ending June 30th, 2023, Smoky Lake Curling Club financial statement and the Smoky Lake Town and Country Golf Club comparative financial statement as at February 28th, 2023.
All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, so that'll be carried. Right, 7.6 sidewalk driveway approach, 99 Willow Creek Street.
So what we understand from this is that there was a request for it. I don't know all the details because it was previous administration, right? So we understood that there was a discussion about the changes that were made to the sidewalk and driveway that went in. But it doesn't, when we reached out to the homeowner to say, so was there a discussion around paying the difference or any, there was nothing. So because we have no agreement in place, it was a conversation with the previous administration. We had to pay the invoice because we got the work done and we requested it. Things should have been done a little differently with this situation, and I know John and I had that conversation to make sure that moving forward, not that he was involved in this one, that there is that, there is that conversation, there is that if there's anything changing, I know, and then that way I can guide it with, let's make sure there's a written agreement and those kinds of, or if it needs to come back to council, this wouldn't have, if the homeowner is paying the difference. I'm not sure exactly how it all came about. So, but it was done, the work's done, the work that was completed does match the invoice. So I'm confident in the invoice amount. It's just that we need to do a little better on our paperwork and our communication internally to make sure that that this isn't having to come back to council when something changes.
Marianne?
So if I can recall correctly, I think Mel had wanted just to have some pictures I think what was in question was there was probably not a written quote prior to the work being done.
No, it was different, a different job was done.
And then the context of the invoice, from when we had the people come as a delegation, there was no discussion about the gravel. So, in the picture, I guess that's what I remember, that's what I recall. So in the pictures, have we landed at 16 feet? Is that the work that was done was the 16 feet of?
That was the issue, is the motion was to approve 16 feet, but the work that was done was bigger. It's wider than 16 feet, and that's why it cost more, is what I'm understanding. What I understood when the follow-up work was done, I think it was at 20.
So I guess where I'm looking at the pictures, I don't see any total measurements, so short of myself going out there with a tape measure. How much did we pay for then?
The 24 feet, I think it was, yeah. The invoice that was brought back was 24 feet.
474 is
It was
the
approved at
invoice number.
16. So from what I understand is the homeowner requested 24 feet, but without an agreement in place saying, you know, we'll do this, but let's sign and make sure you're covering that amount. It got approved by previous staff and there may, you know, but without an agreement with the homeowner, we can't go after them for the extra amount.
And there was also some reference to a phone call or
Nothing
There's
documented.
no documentation.
So the landowner just said, no, nothing was discussed. So we already paid the invoice because we were legally required to pay it, but we needed to bring back the council to say, to be transparent, say there was an error.
Yeah.
This was approved at a staff level and really it should have been either brought back to council with a change or an agreement made with the homeowner that they paid a difference.
Right, and we get a motion to approve or not necessarily approve, but file for, except for information. Evelyn?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept for information the written update on the sidewalk removal for a driveway installation located at 99 Willow Creek Street in Smoky Lake, completed in year 2023, in reference to motion number 58-2024 and 59-2024.
All in favor?
Hi, Madam Chair, can I inform you I'll be leaving the meeting at this time? Thank you.
Thank you for the. So form and ready. Sigh slowly here.
Do we know, is this permanent then? He's not coming back to the meeting, or is this?
Guess we'll let
Anybody
everybody
know?
know. 7.7, Smoky Lake Regional Chambers of Commerce Bulletin Board, please. Marianne, anything? That was the addition there.
what is it, 7.7?
Yeah.
So the reason I added it to the agenda, because when there's two options, I don't know, are we supposed to be two recommendations or two options? Is administration looking to rescind the motion because of the edits or?
Yes, so the recommendation is for you to give the two motions. So if you wanted to, so Councillor Copes had requested to have a 2-year, I believe it was, timeline added to the lease. Rochelle did have the discussion with them and the chamber has no concerns with that. So if you want that written into the motion, then you would rescind the previous one and then do the updated motion.
Okay, and so that's why we add it to the consent, because there's an action item to it?
Yeah, the consent agenda just means that these recommended motions would automatically get approved.
Okay, so that was probably an error on my part.
No, that's fine. You know, thinking of that actually with the rescinding of a motion, because our policy says 2/3 majority have to approve the rescinding of a motion. Maybe we don't want those on the consent agenda
You're just
anyways.
trying to make me feel
Okay, so
better.
Never thought of that.
So-
That's a good point.
Well, no, but thanks for making me feel better.
No, that's valid. I
It's a
think,
catch.
yeah, it's a good
It's a
catch.
catch,
No,
Marianne.
yeah. It should have been removed because of the rescinding. With 3 of you, a pass is 2/3, but when there's 5, you need 4 votes. So
Well,
you're right, you're actually correct. It should not be part of the consent agenda because of the rescinding.
But having not known that at the time, thanks for making me feel
You're
better.
welcome.
I'd like to make a motion and thank you for the work that went into this and thank you to Rochelle if she's online as well. And I think it's good to have that end date just to earmark things so to look at again. At this time, I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake rescind the motion number 101/2024 that the town of Smoky Lake execute the lease agreement with Smoky Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce for the bulletin board for the billboard located at Devonian Park at 174 White Earth Street in Smoky Lake, pending the Smoky Lake Chamber of Commerce purchase the lockbox and the billboard be sealed to complete.
All in favor? No opposed, so carried, and then the recommendation for motion number 2.
That town of Smoky Lake execute the billboard lease agreement with Smoky Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce located at Devonian Park at 174 White Street in Smoky Lake. White Earth Street. White Earth. As 174 White Earth Street in Smoky Lake as presented, including a term end date of March 2026, pending the Smoky Lake Chamber of Commerce purchasing the lockbox and the billboard posts be sealed to complete.
All in favor?
And maybe just go back and add White Earth to this.
Yes, thank you.
None
Thanks.
opposed. All right, we'll move to new business. 8.1, community communication app. I think Evelyn had added that.
I did. So, there was a third one that was in the mix, but it was
Well, the
not.
one there was a couple other, there was the Catalyst one, which I did look into, requested a demo,
Yes, that was
requested
it, yeah.
demo. Haven't got a demo, so,
Okay.
they've basically pushed back to us, put the onus on us to set everything up, and it's like, okay, if you don't wanna sell it to me, then we'll move on.
Okay.
So, and then there was another one you had mentioned, and it didn't look like it was quite the same thing as these two, so it started with a T, I believe. You'd emailed, I did Google it and look for it, and.
She's in your group. She's in your small town CAO group. She's the one that recommended. So
Okay,
you could,
so-
next time you have that meeting, you can
There we
ask
go.
Jennifer about, all
And I
the-
am familiar with Voyant.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you maybe I'll talk to you about that
Okay,
after.
okay.
I'm familiar with Voyant. We use it in Athabasca County, and I know that Boyle actually started using Alertable. I did bring this forward when I first started, I remember I referenced it here earlier, to the administration level, and I believe it was because we sat in one, and I could be wrong, so don't quote me on this, already had something that they were, I don't know, I think there was somebody already had something in place. So regionally, they weren't interested in moving forward. The group didn't seem to be, and it's kind of new. So I'm happy to bring it forward. Crystal and I had this conversation on a couple of occasions, and we did have the demo of the Alertable. Again, I'm familiar with Voyant, so I didn't. They're great. What I found in Athabasca was that they were a great way to communicate if people sign up for it. Right? If people don't, then it's just another thing. But the nice thing, especially when you have things like wildland fire season and whatnot, if you have something urgent that needs to go out and you encourage people for that reason, that you promote it as part of emergency response and awareness, then hopefully we could get a good response.
I think it was the Rural Crime Watch they have. It's based on crime.
And then, yeah, and then the other side is when there's an emergency, there is
Alerts.
yes,
Provincial.
provincial alerts that go out. So it's, but I do like several things, like when we talked about, or when we had the person with the gun by the school and we were
Yes,
kind of on, to be able to send that communication out. But it's a matter of whether these businesses and these, right, are following it. So it's definitely a debatable topic, and that's, I think, was what kind of was happening at that administration level. But if we're interested in moving forward with it, it is $2,700. It's not budgeted, so we could either go ahead with it this year. But that would be Voyant, or we could push this to the next budget discussion and talk about adding it to the operating budget for 2020.
And the alerts can be anything we like.
Oh, yeah.
Like it can be community events,
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
I would be to get people signed up would be the.
Yes, it would be we'd have to do a campaign around it. Yeah.
I think it's worth a try because we do get a lot of, not complaints, but
Mhm.
about not having the newsletter and stuff, so newspaper, so maybe it's not a bad idea, but I may be pushing it to next year's budget. Evelyn, Marianne, and I don't know, were you first?
I
Yeah,
was,
okay.
but that's okay, but thank you. And I was just curious, like, are we hearing, so my question is two-part. Are we hearing that the community members are not getting the info because of, like you said, maybe the newsletter, or, and then curious that based on the background information you supplied, and thank you for doing that, there was no support regionally, so,
At that time, a year.
okay,
With
a year
different,
ago, so has it been brought
I haven't
back
brought
at
back.
your level? Okay.
Chris and I had ongoing discussions about it because we liked the idea of it and we wanted more, you know, like I said, with that school thing, which turned into be nothing for anyone that's listening online, it wasn't part of that. Or other ways of communicating, and it kind of fit with that, you know, people, we hear the general concerns about why I don't hear things. Whether this will
Yeah.
help or it'll be, oh, but I don't follow things digitally, but it's still another way to get the word out, and that's why we did put the recommendation to move forward, whether it's now or with the budget, it's something that we thought might be beneficial.
And I
So when Evelyn, Councillor Close brought it forward, we thought, "Hey, we've already done research on this, we're ready."
I think that barrier might be to have people sign up, so I
Yes.
might agree with Mayor Trish, and I'm a no right now, but not forever, just right now.
Okay. So, but we could use it as a region, not just a town, or is there like this, I
Yes.
read through it and it was talking about what was it, 5 different accounts? And it would, yeah, 5 user accounts, people. Like, is this something that we should talk about, because again, I think you actually had a motion for bringing it to the joint municipalities, correct?
Yes, I did, that was one thought, because definitely alertable, I think they both could be done regionally from what I recall. So whether we wanted to do it alone or bring it to joint municipalities was my. So I mean, we could make the motion to send it to, or both motions that we included in our 2025 budget for consideration, and request to have it added to the next joint municipalities meeting for discussion to see if they're interested as well.
I think that's a good idea, then it gives them time to think about it.
Yeah,
And that's,
I like that idea, but I actually see more of a sunset, I actually do, first of all, I don't think $2,700 is
no,
too significant, like, I see this as a very important thing for us to do based on the school incident, based on, let's not forget about Centex as well too. We've had enough incidents that we need to have some sort of alert system. And yes, getting people to sign up for it will be a challenge, but how much do you want to bet that the more, like, hate to say it, but the next
Yeah.
event, and then people realize, oh, how did you learn about it? Well, I'm signed up to alert, then all of a sudden you'll see an increase of people.
And we have over 4,000 followers on Facebook, I believe, so
Yeah.
I mean, we put it on there, hopefully we get all of them.
And then it just becomes one of those things that every time we have breakfast with council, every time we have any kind of event that we're promoting it. But I would like, yes, I do like the idea of bringing it to our joint municipalities, because I find it interesting. I would like to hear what other councils have to say about it, one presented with the same information, so. Which,
Are you looking for 2 motions or just the
Well,
one?
that's what I'm wondering, if, do you want to combine under options, do you want to combine the two, you could do it as one motion.
yeah, I think so.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
I move that the town of Smoky Lake include the cost of a community communication application in the 2025 operating budget for consideration. And that the town of Smoky Lake administration requests that the community communication application be added to the next joint municipality meeting for discussion.
None opposed, so carried. And we'll move to 8.2, volunteer appreciation day.
So I was initially gonna bring this forward for approval, but it kind of suddenly it's April and the event, it's the proclamation's coming up, but with the direction from council, at the strategic plan level and previous conversations around the proclamations, with that we wanted to do an event of some form. So our plan is to do a volunteer appreciation event at the Curling Club on April 19th from 11:30 to 1:30 p.m. And not to exceed $2,500. This would be a first go at it. We coordinate, I'm already in conversations with someone with AHS who had reached out and said, I understand you guys are planning something. We would formally invite our volunteer firefighters, our board members, and then also encourage, but put it out to the community to say, do you volunteer for the community? We don't want to miss people. So basically open it up and say, are you a community volunteer? We welcome you to the barbecue. and see how it goes for the first one and then go from there. And the idea being that if council was agreeable, that council would come out and help barbecue those that were available, senior administration. If you guys are okay with it, other organizations helping us to appreciate their volunteers on the tails of our event, we could invite them. Or if you'd rather it be just town, to show the town's appreciation, whichever, I didn't respond to the offer to volunteer, at a volunteer appreciation event. But yeah, so to start there, and then when we see kind of kind of response we have, then we could see if we wanted to do something a little more, you know, if we wanted swag bags or a gift for volunteers. But when you don't have any idea how it's the response, and then you're only appreciating the ones that are showing up. So I thought we'd start with the barbecue. I've seen this done in other municipalities. And it's just a nice way to say thank you, and show that we care. And we did one for the firefighters last year, and this way we'll just say, you know, we're appreciating them here as well as, you know, the big ones I was thinking were like our boards that volunteer, our firefighters. You know, drive happiness, well, they kind of get paid, I guess, but you know, the different volunteers in the community.
For gas.
Yeah.
They are
Still volunteering.
Still volunteering,
Really.
you're just getting the money back.
Marianne?
Yeah, my concern, and I want to speak on behalf of Terry and myself, is, and it was in the calendar, we have a foundation meeting, our monthly foundation meeting, and lately they've been going later, so I don't think we'd be in attendance, and we probably wouldn't finish till 2 p.m, so it's unfortunate that it's that date, and it is what it is.
Yeah, and we knew that the chances of finding a daytime afternoon that works for everyone was unlikely. And again, we book up our Mondays really well with meetings, so we thought the end of the week would work, but I appreciate that it won't necessarily.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to use that time.
Yeah, and then my other thought was, if it is a volunteer, I probably wouldn't support to authorize it as a council approved event.
Well, and I just wanted to put it out there,
Thank you.
yeah. So we didn't miss it, if in the event you want to make it a council approved.
So I just learned that the pressure is on me to volunteer and to be the cook.
Apparently
because
you're doing everything, Evelyn. You're doing everything.
It looks like I'm up to bat.
I think we have lots of staff helping as well. And if you're okay with us inviting other organizations that will, you know, that it's community volunteers, but they work with those volunteers, if we're okay with them helping us, then we can get a few more hands in there too. So,
Okay, I don't see a problem with that.
and next year I'll try to bring it forward. I'll mark it in the calendar to bring it like in January or something so that we can have a team discussion around it rather than throwing it at you. I apologize for that. It's on the night. Well, it's that week. That is volunteer appreciation. So,
We're doing something.
yes.
So, Evelyn?
Okay, so I'm gonna leave off the last section, otherwise
It's up to you, no pressure. I'm just looking at Terry's back.
I don't think he's coming back. It sounded to me like he was done.
that's what, so that Town of Smoky Lake, accept for information, the report on the volunteer appreciation barbecue for volunteers in the community to be held at the Smoky Lake Curling Club on Friday, April 19th, 2024, from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. in the amount not to exceed $2,500 to be funded from the 2024 operating budget entitled Promotions and Public Relations. Period.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 8.3, Fire Department Occupational Health and Safety Report.
I did reference this at the last council meeting, but I wanted to include the actual report. It came in, the meeting was the day of the last council meeting, so the meeting with health and safety. So there were some items that were identified that are being actively addressed. The hazard assessments, they've done a fantastic job updating those. So she was just gonna print them off and put them in the book. The equipment's here. It just needs to be today. I think they're supposed to be finishing putting that in. John's online, so he'll hear that pressure. We have till, actually it has to be done, so, and then, the county was working on, our county fire chief and, their administration, they were it's installed, thank you. Dye wash stations installed, thank you, John. the county has been very helpful with all this, supporting the health and the safety initiatives and everything with Trevor and then of course, Scott and Spencer helping with everything. So they're working on the respirator use policy. I believe that's done. And then the fit testing, we do have a little more time because several of them are going for actual training on the fit testing. So we were given a little more time to comply with that one. And they were looking at training at the beginning of this month. So and we did, really stress that the department was involved. They had a training and they engaged the firefighters. And like I said, health and safety goes out to everyone. It's the chiefs and our job to make sure that this is all being done, but it's the entire department's responsibility to help and support that. So they were very helpful in preparing the hazard assessments, and we just need to make sure everything continues to be maintained and up to date.
So I had it flagged on for the consent agenda is when I was reading it, and thank you for doing all that work. It's probably not awesome that we're having an inspection, but there's good things that come out of it.
Brings
so-
attention to items that need to be
Yeah.
addressed, to make sure that
That's great.
our volunteers and our staff are safe.
Yeah, and so when I was reading through everything in the reporting, I don't see any reference to our town chief, so maybe I'm just not understanding the hierarchy that we have the county, but we don't have we have the county chief and deputy chief, and then we have a town chief and deputy chief, but they're not referenced.
The report was made and sent to the county chief. It's the confusion around our regional fire services that is a regional fire services. And keeping in mind that, around 80% of our calls, especially take alarms, are county calls. So on 80% of our calls that our crew go out on, Scott is in charge of that scene. Okay, but in town, but the complaint just happened to go to them ultimately because it is still our department. So we know that although it's regional, it's quasi-regional and we're trying to get all the way regional. So it is our responsibility. So again, I'm very thankful to all
Yeah.
the help we got from the county, and then Juanita took the lead on the hazard assessments and the
And don't get me wrong, I'm not
Yeah.
being combative or anything, I'm just gaining understanding as well, because I am a little confused.
team approach.
And that's not one of my committees, I'm just learning because I'm the alternate. And so I just wanted to know that we're still operational as the town
Yeah.
fire chief.
But we follow the policies, start at the county level, and then we adopt those policies so that we're consistent, right? So again, we're regional, but we're not quite 100% regional, and that's why we're doing this ICC. It is a little confusing, like I said, on a town scene, Spencer is the deputy chief for the county and the town.
Yeah.
So when it's a town call, him and Scott both answer. Scott's a firefighter and he's answering to Juanita. But when it's a county call, Juanita's answering to Spencer, who's her deputy chief in town. It is confusing. And that's why getting through with this ICC and making it truly regional, like fully, I shouldn't say truly, fully regional, I think will
Eliminate.
clear some of that confusion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, Evelyn?
So I'm gonna make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake acknowledge receipt of the occupational health and safety report for the inspection conducted at the Smoky Lake Fire Hall located at 246 West Railway Drive in Smoky Lake on March 11th, 2024, that observed the following findings. 1, does not have a documented hazard assessment for the site. 2, no eye wash equipment supplied. 3, does not have a code of practice for the use of respirators used at the site. 4, workers have not been fit tested to ensure effective facial seal. And acknowledge that the Smoky Lake Fire Department will comply with the deficiencies in accordance with the Alberta Occupational Health and Safety Code.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 8.4, community future sponsorship request for Lemonade Day. Evelyn? Oh, sorry. I need to see this first. Okay.
No, I would love for you to pass the motion, but I'm kindly asking you if we can make the amount $200 instead of $100.
Just to ask a question. Oh, sure. I wasn't racing.
That was
to-
your.
That's what I was gonna.
Mary Ann?
Because we
You
get
took the last two motions, okay?
No, I know, yeah, please, and then.
Go ahead, Mary Ann.
So looking at the background that was prepared for us, and thank you for doing all that, Crystal. So last year was, or 2022 was 500, and last year was also, I'm just not sure on the amount, so if I. They asked specifically.
So did you want to clarify the amounts that we're giving? He's
Yeah.
leaving. Are you leaving, Hank?
No, apparently not. For now.
So turn it down then, please.
You want someone to answer your read?
So we just-
Do you want to step outside until it's done?
Thanks.
Well, we're not fine, please. You're interrupting.
All right, that's enough.
Do you want to make it
But
100 or? Sorry, did you want to make it 100 or was there some clarification that they had asked for it?
Crystal?
It just said to provide $100 sponsorship towards prizes, so that's just what I put in there, but you have the option to change that.
Okay, so I'll default to Evelyn because that's one of her committees.
Okay, and you know what part of, if I may,
Yep, Evelyn.
we consistently use $200. That seems to be our base, so that's why it caught me off guard when I saw that it was $100. I thought, well, we usually do the $200 amount, so I would appreciate it, but if we could make it that way.
I'm fine with doing
Thank you. That's
I thought this was an ask of some sort.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and make the motion if I may, that the town of Smoky Lake provide a sponsorship for $200 to the Lemonade, Community Futures Lemonade Day.
All in favor? Not opposed? So carried. We'll move to 8.5. If I had time, I would discuss, but we don't. Disposal of equipment.
So just to give a little background here, so we had, again, turnover of staff and, we start cleaning up stuff and everything else. So they came across this really expensive motor that needed some work. So for the investment of $2,400, we were told this would be worth $8,000. So we thought it was, I'm wondering now if I should have brought it to council first, but it is within budget to do these repairs. So I think we're good there. But interestingly enough, the gentleman in our public works department went to the golf course and found that they have the same pumps there. So they let them know. So then they submitted the request through the mayor to ask about purchasing it. So we were gonna sell it. So we put in several, I didn't know what direction you wanted to go. So either to recover it just since it's the golf course, if we wanted to just recover the cost of replacement, if we wanted to have it at a higher cost. Again, we were told it was it would be worth about $8,000. Possibly even on the low end, or we can put it up for auction. But they do use that one at the golf course and they requested it.
I guess the background is like, are we in a position, do we have to sell it or
We don't need it, but it's sitting. We were
Yeah.
fixing it to sell it. We were fixing it with the intentions of bringing it to council to say we want to put it up for public auction.
Okay.
We don't use this one any longer. I think it was used in our old system. Or our,
Yeah, that's, because this, even the one over there is. differences. I'm happy with the recommendation. What are everybody else's thoughts? Evelyn?
Just for clarification, because $2,000 is just to recover the cost for us, and then in a way, we're giving it to the golf course then?
that's what that would be.
Okay, yeah,
If you
I'm
wanted
fine
to
with that.
donate it, essentially donate it to them by charging them the amount. Now, we purchased this pump previously, but I don't know how long ago. And it's been sitting there. So whether it's to sell it to them for the cost that and then essentially donating it, or to charge them the value amount, it's up to you.
Okay. I'll make the motion.
Why not?
Okay, that the town of Smoky Lake dispose of the US motor rebuilt 330 horsepower electric motor to the Smoky Lake Golf Club at the cost of $2,400.29 to recover the cost to restore the motor. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. I'm happy with that. Thank you. We'll move now to 8.6, next generation 911 service. Marianne?
That was me that I added it, and I was just kind of curious. I wanted to take the webinar, but the link is not, there's no hyperlink to sign up for it or to register, so I know it's coming up April 12th, but how would I get that information? And do you want to wait to make the motion until after?
Well, this is something that eventually 911 is going away. It's about, and Bonnieville Dispatch wants to move forward. So it just, what it is right now, you dial 911. And when I taught first aid courses, it was dial 911 for your landline so they know where you're at. Well, this technology will allow newer versions of technology, so I can text it on my phone and go on my computer, and they can pinpoint better, way better location services. But Bonnieville Dispatch, our dispatch, can't move forward with it until all their partners around them sign up for it. So until we sign it,
Okay.
they can't be, so, I mean, I encourage you, I mean, I don't know
So more of just.
which webinar.
Well, it's
Um,
referencing in the second.
Well, but it was a previous, I think it was a previous webinar. This is the slide deck from a webinar that was held. This has been on the go for years. They've been working on this, so as administrators, we've kind of, as along the way, you hear little bits and pieces as it's getting updated. This is an old webinar. This is just, I wanted to provide you with a little background information so that you'd be a little more comfortable with what you were supporting.
And so to steal a page out of Counselor Combs' book, I'm a nerd girl. I wanted to take the webinar just to learn more about TELUS and the CRTC. So having realized now that I wasn't.
I'll see if I can find some information to
That's
pass
okay,
on to you.
that's okay. I'm sure I have other things that I can find to do with my time.
I just assumed this was going to be happening.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
So
formality.
it's just to have. a-
Well, it's, I mean, it's, yeah, it's something that I think eventually you're not gonna be able to
Yeah.
just have the, it's like going from your analog phone to, right? It's, yeah, it's just better to.
Marianne?
So we're having had that discussion, and thank you for entertaining me and providing me with that information. I move that the town of Smoky Lake execute the Next Generation 911 local government service agreement between the local government authority and TELUS Communications to provide citizens with access to NG 911 emergency services through calls, sessions, and events sent to the 3-digit emergency telephone number 911.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 8.7 Municipal Energy Manager Program.
I was watching for this one actually. I'm not sure it's something that, if it's something that council or the region is interested in, but again, in Athabasca County, we had a regional energy manager and we all pitched in for the it was a little bit better than this in year 2 though. I think both years were 80% covered before, and now it's less in the second year. And what the energy manager did is they went around and did audits of all of our buildings. They gave us ideas on how to reduce our energy costs. They applied for grants. They managed grants. We have a couple grants underway. We have one where we've been waiting since before I started. This grant was approved, Green Energy Fund, I believe it was called, where we're putting monitors in all our buildings to monitor our energy use. We're still waiting on, it should be soon that we actually get the parts. But then what to do with that information. And then there's that CTEP one that we keep struggling with, right? So Raman's working now, but now it's on the other end that we're trying to connect everything and have someone that actually has the energy background promoting energy efficiencies in our municipalities. So I didn't know if it was something that the town was interested in. Again, it's one of those things where when you're small, having that person that has that background, we could never hire, but if we do it this way, and I don't know if they did do it in Athabasca County, but they actually talked about continuing it after the grant ran out and paying for it because they found so many efficiencies with that. So I thought it was worth a conversation with here or I recommended joint municipalities because we're kind of small, but as a region,
Yeah.
there'd be enough. I think we'd have a better chance at the grant.
Evan?
You had me at grants. You did, and I love actually, thank you for actually making it, bringing it to joint municipalities, and again, because I think it makes sense to have one person regionally doing this, because especially if the village, so I'm all for it. I'm really excited to see this as well too, and thank you, you were keeping an eye out for it, you knew it was out there. Good work.
I heard it was coming back.
So I will, unless my two colleagues have any further questions on this, I will go ahead. And there's no radios, I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion that the town of Smoky Lake request that municipal energy manager program be added to the joint municipalities agenda for the April 29th, 2024 meeting.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, We'll move to 9.1, bylaw number 06-2024, master rates bylaw. Evelyn.
Okay, so, I'm gonna say, let's go ahead and give it a second reading today, but we'll defer it to the next meeting for the third and final reading. The only reason being is, just, we have a master rate bylaw and everything's included under this bylaw. But when I look to other municipalities, they're very specific about having tax. Maybe this is a question to you, but having this having it done by specific bylaws. And that's why I asked you about it the last time. So just because I'm always curious and I'm comparing, but I'm not finding too many municipalities that are doing it this way where it's included under a master rates bylaw. So
It's funny because I've seen a lot of them done this way and but I don't necessarily, okay, I'm gonna say two things.
Yeah.
The advantage of doing it this way is
Yeah.
bylaws sometimes don't get brought back for, like our traffic one right now we're working on. It's very old. So the fees in there, if the bylaw is 10 years old, they haven't been updated in 10 years. The advantage of doing it this way is they can be brought back regularly. But that being said, certain ones, when I want enforcement, such as the community standards, well, if I want the RCMP to be able to enforce that one, I wanted to make sure that those were in that bylaw as well. So I see the value in that. So that's the pros and cons of each. I know several municipalities that I've worked for. I haven't worked for that many, okay. Few of the ones I've worked for have done it this way, and the one that I didn't was working on going this way. So it isn't uncommon, but that doesn't mean it's the right way. So.
Also, if I may, all I wanted was more clarification to even say, am I looking at old school ways and now everybody's going to a master rates bylaw? If that's the case, great, then that's clarified. Or was this the old way and everybody's going to the other? Because this is why I agree with you. That's, yeah, I see.
Keeping the rates up to date
Yeah.
is easier this way rather than, again, even the community standards bylaw. So I put fees in that one because specifically for the RCMP was my thought. Although they could, anyways. But that means that in 3 years, those rates are old. So I have to make sure that that is brought back regularly enough to maintain those fees. Doing it this way, this just comes back every year and at least we're on top of these fees. And down the road, as we're updating, so our hope is with our new intern and legislative that we can, and we're almost done tackling the policies, that as we move into the bylaws, we can update some of those and then shift some of those rates into here, but some we may find it's better to keep them in there for various reasons, but that's the advantage of this.
Okay, and thank you for that explanation. If anything, it just comes down to, because this has been resonating with me since we did it with property taxes and that sensitivity, do we need to have a bylaw for some, when it comes to property taxes? As you can tell, property taxes are in my brain for the last few months and will be for the next, so that's why I wanted to make sure that there's do we need a bylaw in place in order to charge people this money before blah, blah, blah?
Well, and we have to bring the tax rate bylaw back annually.
Yeah, and include, so, yeah, that's all. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and make that, I'll beat Mary Ann and Amy to it, that the town of Smoky Lake gives second reading to bylaw number 06-2024, being the master rates bylaw for the purpose of establishing general fees and charges for goods and services as delivered to the community.
All in favor? None opposed? And carried. Are you all right to continue with the third reading then, if you're feeling?
I feel more comfortable deferring it till the next meeting, then there's 5 of us at the next meeting as well too, so in case the other
We
two.
did have the questions around the water, which was included here, so.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
all right. All right, we'll move to, do we have to, no, we just, that's good.
That's good, yeah.
Okay, we'll move to 9.2, water restrictions bylaw.
So I took the one that Councillor Copes had provided from Bashaw. I made quite a few changes because that one was based on from a commission level. And then also like, it looked like it was created at a commission level and then adopted by the various municipalities, whereas I was doing it from the municipal eye. I did make a few changes from the one that you saw at the, I sent a draft to the water commission meeting, because they requested it by a certain date. And, but I made it very clear, my council haven't even seen this, it could be a completely new bylaw. So I did, and they haven't really accepted ours, they will at the next meeting for that reason, so. And then you'll see on the last, the attachment, Schedule B is the one that we referenced at the water commission meeting that was shared with us from the, it was from the province, wasn't that one? But we all have the same, the county has the exact same wording, we both copied the exact same document that was provided to us.
And Marianne, so I think the intention is to move forward with all 3 readings, right? Is that?
It's at council's discretion.
I'm there.
Yeah,
I'm
ready to.
Counselor. Another interesting point that came out of the water meeting was the town of St. Paul, they were looking towards any operational wells in their town. And I wonder if there's any added value to looking at that at our level, if there's in the event of a emergency or something to that effect. Do we have a way of identifying it, or do we need to implement that in the water restriction bylaw?
In a state of emergency, we have, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think my way around this.
No,
And if we declared a state of emergency, there's a lot of authority that we can take within that act, more so than the bylaw anyways, so, and I don't know if we have wells in town, but it's something we could definitely look into further.
And it's not my original idea, it is from the town of St. Paul. And so I know the car wash has, I have 2 on my
Right,
property.
the town, that's true, the car wash does, we know that. But,
The older properties, like I have 2 on my property.
okay, and I honestly didn't, again, I knew the car wash, but I didn't know about something I never looked into, so it's an interesting, sure.
We joke that if my
Maybe
ever goes missing.
Yeah.
So at this time, I'd like to move that the town of Smokelake give first reading to bylaw number 08/2024, water restriction bylaw for the purpose of restricting water use on a fair and equitable basis during periods of water shortages and emergencies.
All in favor? None opposed?
That Town of Smoky Lake gives second reading to bylaw number 08/2024, water restriction bylaw for the purpose of restricting water use on a fair and equitable basis during periods of water shortages and emergencies.
All in favor? None opposed? Sorry.
Do you need one?
Yeah, go for it. That the town of Smoky Lake give permission for third and final reading to the bylaw number 08/2024, water restriction bylaw for the purpose of restricting water use on a fair and equitable basis during periods of water shortages and emergencies. All in favor? Unanimously carried. And then we'll have a third reading.
Move that the town of Smoky Lake give third and final reading to the bylaw number 08/2024, water restriction bylaw for the purpose of restricting water use on a fair and equitable basis during periods of water shortages and emergencies.
All in favor? None opposed? So carried.
Incidentally, that's an old rule I learned in one of my sessions. They
That's the
said,
chair,
why-
doesn't
it's why- yeah, so if we wanted to keep you awake, you know? Be part of it. And also just want to say special thank you for getting this done.
Thank you.
I know you're probably shocked because I wasn't saying there's these edits, but thank you. You did take care of it right away and
And thank you to the work that went into that.
because we didn't have one before, this is great to get done. Thank you.
All right, 9.3, manufactured homes and accessory dwelling unit amendments.
I'm gonna defer to Robin on this one.
So this bylaw has 2 main sections. It is in the US. First is our manufactured home requirements. So currently it's asking for the CSA Z240 mobile home standard that mobile homes must present. However, that standard really isn't accepted in Alberta. However, we will find that plenty of mobile homes that are a bit older, they do have that sticker. So I've kept that requirement on there, but I've also added an or option essentially that they can present that or they can present CSA Z277. That way basically increasing the accessibility on how many people can place their lots. And one of the things is I really wanted to get away from requiring residents or potential people living in our mobile homes lots to get a structural engineering test. So from the two people that have been interested, one of them had to get one because they spoke to me prior to us making these amendments. The other one wouldn't have to because once the amendments are done, they'd fall under the CSA Z277 standard. Right, it's basically aimed to reduce another requirement that we may not necessarily need as long as the home falls within the Alberta Building Code. That's the main thing, right? And that'll be for the year-round use.
Okay.
And secondary,
Can I enter?
Do you want it right now?
If I could, because I wanted to talk to this specific point. This is a little bit of a game changer. Because I know that people who are moving here, the couple from Lloydminster, went elsewhere to 2 other different communities and got rejected. And that's one of the reasons why they're coming here. So this is,
yeah, exactly. And the main thing, like, they actually did have to get the structural engineering test done.
yeah,
But it just makes it easier, if there were any recommendations made by the engineer, that they would make those recommendations to meet the building code standard, right? And from their test, it wasn't really anything that was needed because they made improvements year over year over time, right? So in their case, it wasn't as big of a deal, but if there is an older home that does get that test completed, they actually may need a bit of renovations to still come to a certain standard. That's something we can't really reduce, but we can reduce the requirement of the test if they already present us with a sticker that we're looking for. Right.
Are we finding that there are other municipalities that are going this way, or are you more on top of this than some of these
It honestly.
communities without development officers?
It depends. So even like bigger counties and stuff, how they're defining the manufactured home and the requirements differ. You typically aren't gonna find a similar one. Some of them have our older ones, like they require the Z240 standard. Some of them actually go in more in depth that they require the home to be actually no older than 2014. So it's a pretty broad range and it just depends on the municipality. But for us, I would say it's a little bit easier and more open to people with these reductions.
Because if has an impact on small communities, so the reason I'm asking you so many questions about this is because I would like to take this back to my small communities committee and talk to them about it, because they might want to promote this a little bit more, so this is why I'm just kind of.
But we are.
Yeah.
Are you done? Yeah, go ahead. I was just gonna say, but we're not, I just wanna make sure we're not having, that our standards are still. So that we're not
Yeah.
having an old home being put or, and then someone putting a new home, a mobile home. You know, so it kind of is.
So there can still be variation, right? So we could have an older home that meets the requirements of our land use bylaw,
Right,
and we could also have a newer one beside each other,
right.
right? Obviously, the development officer does have powers to ensure that certain things be completed on the outside of the home
Okay.
to make sure that it aligns with
What's going
the
on?
rest of the subdivision. It depends, I would say more case by case basis.
Okay, as long as we have some final say.
Yeah, like typically, exactly. And honestly, if it's too old, then it's not gonna pass the
Right.
ABC test anyways, right? And they won't be able to place the home on the lot in a secure manner either.
Okay.
And that, if I may, that's actually what I was really interested in it, because I found that quite interesting that you could, by removing it, you still have that. Like we were almost forcing them to do 2 things with the age and then with the.
Yeah,
test.
exactly.
Whereas it's not, shouldn't necessarily be based on age, because you have people that have upgraded and have kept theirs, because which you're gonna catch with that engineering test
Yeah, anyways, right?
anyway. So that's why I find that such a fascinating catch, if you will, so.
And then the big one, this is to align with our HAF grant. And that's with the introduction of accessory dwelling units. I've kept the definition, like I've added a new definition to the bylaw on what an accessory dwelling unit really is. So if you go to page 1 of 7 for you guys, yeah,
What was that?
page 1 of 7 there.
Definition.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, you'll see the definition added there. Right, the main thing is we actually didn't have a definition for a unit that would be located outside of the principal dwelling. We do have a definition for an accessory, like an additional unit that would be like a basement. Right, or we have another one for an in-law suite, which also can be a basement suite as well. Main thing is we don't have a definition where if you were to put a building outside the main one, it wouldn't fall within the land use bylaw, so we're adding that definition here. And for now, I've kept all of the requirements as if you were building an in-law suite, so all of the minimum lot requirements, the maximum size, the parcel size, stuff like that, and then even the provisions on what is required within. It's all the same as an in-law suite. So essentially, same thing as if you were building it, it's just would be outside. Right, and the other thing is, it's still a discretionary use. So it would have to get MPC approval anyways. Right, that's the main thing, I don't think we're ready enough to move it to a permitted use.
No.
Especially, we have a lot of variances in our lot sizes and types, some are like long and wide, some are a little bit shorter. So once I figure out the exact, I guess, formula for it, then I can recommend for a certain district, maybe the R1, which typically has the biggest ones. Lots that we actually move towards having permitted usage, right? But that's a little bit more of a longer conversation. This is just to get it started and that we do have a definition for this. It was a little bit confusing to try to get these in the bylaw because I'm referring to sections in the bylaw, but in the bylaw itself that has amendments as a little bit sections. So I tried to color code this just so it's easier to follow along. Because I think there was a few that were just renumbered because I added a different section, so I just had to move them down. And
land use bylaws, the one, like, we usually don't do amendments to bylaws because then you sometimes lose the amendment, right? But with land use bylaw, it's the standard process, because it's a huge document.
Yeah.
exactly, so.
And no, that's, yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah, basically,
I noticed that too. Yeah, there's
the accessory dwelling units are under a new section, 8.46, which has the same requirements, and then the other amendments I put in section 2 of the bylaw. And those all kind of go over the exact amendments, and I've just worded it so it'll start off with section 2.86 amended 2, and that's the actual amendment that will be placed in the bylaw itself.
Evelyn?
And it's just first reading here today
Yeah.
because,
It has
So
public hearing.
if I can add something
Yeah.
before we go there, just so you're aware, Rahman is on holidays for 3 weeks, so he will not be here for the public hearing. But we wanted to move forward because the development happening in Coal Creek. But basically, and then we did talk to the county to see if they're on there, see if they could assist, but unfortunately, their development officer's away. So Rahman's going to make sure that I'm very up to date on everything. So as long as you're comfortable with that, otherwise you could push it till he gets back. But our only hesitation is the development in Coal Creek, and we want to make sure we don't delay anything because.
And be Maria.
Or Maria Close, not Coal Creek, Maria Close, sorry.
so by us pushing it back, we're actually delaying it for the Colacrita resident then?
Not necessarily, because they received good news that they don't actually have to move their recently purchased home yet
Okay.
for a
So it's
while.
not as a big of a rush.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay, so
So could we
is
push
it,
it to
I was
the
gonna say, is it a
Maybe we
big
should-
deal?
Yeah, maybe we should
If
wait.
that was gonna change, should we push it to the 13th? Is it the 13th?
13, yeah,
You'll be fresh from your vacation.
that would be true, yeah. Hmm.
I mean, I'm fairly confident that he'll have me up to date, but I mean, we do have a development officer for a reason, right? So it's your call. So we could do it either, we could change, if you're more comfortable doing it the 13th, it is only 2 weeks later because of the long weekend. So if you'd rather set the public hearing for that date, you could definitely do that.
I think we should do that.
I don't see a reason why not.
Especially now that you say that, I just didn't want to delay
Yeah,
any
it should be.
development, right? So
Yeah,
if
that, and that would be
changed,
the
then that's
deciding factor,
perfect.
but we're not.
Okay.
We're trying to reduce red tape and all.
Yes.
Difficult, that's not, that doesn't, counterintuitive, but it sounds like they're fine with it, so why don't we just postpone it for
2
Yeah.
2 weeks?
May 13th.
Worst case, I do have a workaround for their situation, so
All
not
right,
a big deal.
okay, so you still want us to go ahead and pass this with the first
One
reading?
first.
Okay,
And set the public hearing to March 13th.
But change the date where it says April 20th.
May, not
Yeah,
March,
May.
May.
and it's funny, she says March, I go March.
I heard it wrong.
Which is, I was like.
Do you want me to go ahead and do that?
Sure.
Okay, so I move that the town of Smoky Lake give first reading to bylaw number 07/2024 land use bylaw amendments for manufactured homes and accessory dwelling units and schedule a public hearing for May 13th at 1:05 PM at the town council chambers in Smoky Lake.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Okay, we'll do mayor and council reports 10.1. And I'm not remembering who added it.
That was me.
Okay.
It's me that said it, because. So, it's you. I wanted to ask you a couple questions about 3 of your different, okay, so first of all, NAGO. I read in the news that you're having a meeting next week. So this has been actually become, this has become a very busy committee for you then, that you're meeting on a monthly basis, right?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Well, I wouldn't say, no, we meet 3 times every 3 months, but there's been some not that I'm charging for those meetings, but we do meet subcommittees and stuff like that
Oh,
to
you mean via Zoom?
coordinate for the meeting, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, but it was interesting to read in the news about, and it's about Highway 28. And then talking about a minister that was gonna meet next week. So I went, oh, I know where Amy's gonna be next week, because you had a meeting. So I just, I just wanted to ask, did that letter from Cold Shot that we talked about here, did that make it to the agenda?
We're trying to focus on Highway 28 and healthcare, and we don't really want to have too many extra things on the plate. So everything that people bring that isn't emergent, we kind of, because if we don't stay focused, we're not gonna feel we're not gonna move forward. So that's kind of where, so I just put it to the side for now.
Okay, no, I was just curious about how that went, but also,
Just to update you, it came out on the news yesterday that there's no additional funding with the feds.
Well, that I have updates.
Okay.
But that's
On the agenda.
not quite, yeah, it's the, yeah, I just had the meeting this
Okay.
morning. We had it with Minister Jushin.
okay,
Nice.
so that's, okay. And then, Smoky Lake Tourism Company, there was a meeting that's been postponed. Because we talked about, there's a meeting that's gonna be in January, and then it got postponed, and it was gonna be in March, right?
And then it was now again, and you know what, I can't even remember what we decided on something.
Okay,
Yeah, I know, that's been challenging. Too many
Okay.
people with different, or not priorities, but different schedules.
okay, no, it's just because again, and then, okay, this is actually the one that I wanted to bring up. Okay, you're putting patients first campaign coming from Dr. Retention, so that's. like,
Oh,
from your
okay, yes,
community.
that writing campaign, sorry, yeah.
Yes.
I haven't heard it right, yeah.
So this is something that's specific to Smoky Lake, correct?
Ron, help me remember
The region was promoting it.
yes, that's
Or-
right.
Smoky Lake Region?
Well, it went to doctors, physician healthcare recruitment, and the recommendation was to push it out regionally to promote the campaign. Because it aligned with,
So the previous employee made a mail out and it was put in mailbox stuffers. And to align with what the province was doing.
the previous employee from Spokane. No, we're talking physician healthcare company. which,
Barb, what she made that.
oh, sorry.
Sorry.
To me, that's just the town. Yeah, the town, well, I guess, because we got the information and then tweaked it for our region. Yes, it was shared with us and then the committee wanted it. Because we were going to move forward with a campaign, but the campaign was, all the information was there to do it this way, so they supported that to go regionally, so all the region has been. Including, and then they put, that's right, they spent money to do the mailings, yes.
Oh, right.
We paid for ours, each community was responsible for paying for their own.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is because, again, comments you see on Facebook and so on about our own hospital and how if we don't fight for our own hospital, because if we keep quiet about it, then they're going, so I was wondering if the putting patients first was directly connected to that just for the Smoky Lake region. Or now you're telling me it's
I
actually a
see what
different
you
kind
mean.
of
I see what you mean.
campaign? So this isn't,
No, sorry, I misunderstood what you, let me pull it up here. It was one that was started in our region though, wasn't it?
Somebody brought it to our attention at Dr. Retention that we should use that platform to get the message out to patients,
Doing it anyways.
not patients, residents.
To align for information and advocacy, right?
Yeah,
So-
of our, it was a way to get people involved in the advocacy of the health center.
yes.
In our region. And we had every region, it was sent out to every Lakeville, and that's. Yes, that's what it was. It was just another way of lobbying, not lobbying, but advocating, yes.
Well, and that's why I'm trying, because there's a letter writing campaign, but how many letters have actually been written? And is there
Yeah, it wasn't a
It
letter,
was-
it's more of a flyer and advertising to bring awareness, to create some community engagement on what was happening and then to take it to the next step. To advocate for the closures and to keep the emergency open, so.
And then we also wrote a letter to the doctor, the physician. What was the other one?
College
College of Physicians about reducing red tape. There was several letters that went out with the last physician. I'd have to double check the actual minutes, but there was several that went out in several around, and so the patient first campaign was one component of several different items to lobby for different things.
Okay, so it's not a letter writing campaign similar to what the community did for HAK to get a new school?
No,
Nothing like that.
Marianne.
If I may, I think maybe some of the, maybe what was missed to the end user of the community members is the letter was not really branded, like, hey, this is coming from the committee, or this is coming from the town of Smoky Lake, or this is a newsletter. It was just a standalone document created in this office and used to, again, advocate and create awareness, but maybe it could have been, say, this is on behalf of the Doctor Retention Committee. That's not even what it's called, sorry.
I thought the letter writing came from somewhere else, like higher up.
It started, it was shared with us and then the committee decided that was a good campaign to promote that fit with one of the initiatives that the committee wanted to promote. So, but sorry, I'm just looking for it because I thought we updated that. I don't know where I find it.
Should we give you guys some time to, can we?
Well, I think it's something we could bring back.
Yeah, maybe bring it
Yeah,
back.
if we don't
Yeah,
have it
that-
readily available, we should
Yeah.
just, if you want an update on it, we could bring it back.
Yeah.
Actually, do you want to refer to the joint municipalities? Because it affects everybody, correct, or not?
Well, I feel like it's gonna go back to physician healthcare who's already actively campaigning.
Oh, I didn't mean to, did that, it was gonna go back. Similar to my tax question, your rec fees, this is clearly something I don't understand. When I looked at this in Patients First, I thought it was a campaign that we wanted to get the entire community to write letters. Similar to HAK and the whole bit, that's why I was asking about it, because I was gonna say, how many letters do you need? This is why so there you go, your target audience, I'm completely confused by this, I thought it was something to save our hospital.
It wasn't a letter, it was an information
And I
brochure.
feel it was online for people.
All right.
But
So,
we can have it brought back, if you want to make it.
which is why I wanted to add it to the report, so I could say, what's going on with your committee, and what do you need us to do, and whatever have you, and yes, this has been a banner day. All right, so, unless Anybody else wants to chime in about the reports?
No.
Okay, then I'm gonna make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept for information the mayor, council, and committee report items A and B as follows. Councilor Cobes, and B, Deputy Mayor Prosecutor Zaruski. Should I add in there and C, verbal report by Mayor Amy? Well, you
That's right.
I remember that, so,
All in favor? None opposed, okay. Can we take a 5-minute break? I just gotta go get my pay for my vehicle and. My kids, no problem, okay?
maybe I'll learn about recreation fees and that.
Okay. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order at 4:52 and we will move on to 11.1. Certified local government manager.
That was already approved.
Okay, we didn't say that, okay, perfect.
I think, right?
I thought so. Did we agree to approve that? Yeah.
The consent agenda had a.
Hold on, I gotta go.
Was 11.1 on there? Or did you just wanna?
Yeah, it's.
Can you
consent
remind?
agenda.
No, 11.1 was the one that we
The only
actually
one?
agreed on.
Yeah,
11.1 and 11.5 are already approved with the consent
Yeah.
agenda.
All right, okay. I wrote that wrong.
down.
11.2, sponsorship request for Randy Russ Memorial Barrel Raising event.
And that was me, and
Yeah.
that was, are we sticking with the amount, and then are we past the March 15th deadline?
Was it March? I thought
The letter was received on March 14th.
Yeah.
On March.
And it says, please answer us back by March.
She was advised that it was coming to this meeting. It was received, it was brought forward once it was received, so.
And I think 250 is what we did last year, wasn't it? Yeah. Did you want to increase it, Marianne, or?
No, but just the plat, or the bronze. Sorry, and so I can go ahead and make that motion to sponsor the Randy Roos Memorial event at the bronze sponsorship of 250.
Okay. All in favor? None opposed, that'll be carried. 11.3, invitation to the second annual Pro Rodeo opening ceremony at Buffalo Lake Métis. Someone.
And yeah, that was me as well. And I kind of, with the consent agenda, I wrote down if there's two options that we should go over it, and just to confirm.
No, if you, we always try to give you another viable option, so as long as you feel that the recommended, if you all agree that the recommended motion is the one you want to go with, then it can be included in the consent agenda.
And so, do you have time to go? Or?
Yeah, actually, I am working a day shift that day, so I get to go for them. Evan?
I'll make a motion that Town of Smoky Lake approve Mayor Amy to attend the second annual Pro Rodeo opening ceremony at Buffalo Lake Métis Settlement on Friday, May 24th, 2024 at 5 p.m. in reference to the letter from Stan Delorme, okay, Chairman, dated March 19th, 2024.
All in favor? None opposed, so that'll be carried. And 11.4, reimbursed from training budget for final elected officials education program course. Was that me? I think so. I was just curious on, I'm not like opposed to the education, but I just so it's kind of, is it something that's a yearly budget? Like, are we just including that in the?
So there is a annual budget that's approved. We did include the previous motions because from what we understood by the motions that it had to be pre-approved and that it had caused some discussion in the past. So we just want to bring forward that information. There is room in the budget for it. Council Code specifically does have 1250 remaining. But we did make sure that we provided that background.
Okay.
Our policy does, I believe our policy says that they're supposed to be pre-approved before registering for conferences and training, but yeah,
I guess that's
so
the other
it's up,
wondering.
yeah, we will, like I said, we provided the history.
Yes, I was just curious why, like, and this is just for discussion, why you brought it up after you've done the course rather than prior, or were you waiting for?
It's because for most of my life, I've worked for organizations where you pay for the course.
When they reimburse you.
And then it's only when you pass the course course. When you have proof that you've taken the course, then you get reimbursed.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can sign up left, right, and center for as many courses as you want, decide at the last minute, you're not gonna take them, and then your employer's out of money, so that's why.
Okay, and I guess it could still, like, if we were not in favor of it, we could.
And if anything, I would recommend that we actually do make that a policy here as well.
Well, what we do is they need approval to take training and then they have to pay back if they don't pass. But we usually pay
Pay
back,
back.
yeah.
Marianne?
When you reference the policy, is it the personal development policy?
No, this would be the,
Or do we have?
is that in there?
It's in one, I've seen it, I don't remember what it's called.
For training?
Well, in our personnel one, we have, but I don't know if that necessarily, or a training policy. And normally we do approve first, but it depends, like, depends on, like, for my position, I don't need, right, it's my budget, but if Crystal wants a course, it's more of a her advising me, she's taking it, she's got her own budget, so I don't necessarily need to approve her taking a course as a director or assistant CAO, as long as she's within her budget. Like in my previous life, I was the same thing, as long as it was in my approved budget, but that was at that position, that was okay, right? So it's really up to how council wants to operate, you know, you take the training you want, until you run out of funds. I don't know if that our policy actually, I'd have to double check actually that.
There's been a lot.
I was just referring to the motions in here, there was one that was
Okay, well,
to
and the amount was how much? When I thought it, 295?
Plus taxes, plus GST.
Okay, so, okay.
Oh, wait a minute, you know what, this one is the one that I took.
I thought
This
those
one's
were all-
more expensive because it was in person.
Yeah, here count in 2022 is the council must request permission at a council meeting to register for any course or session before. So I didn't look at the policy because it was in that motion, so I didn't know how you'd want to proceed.
Cause there isn't an amount, so that's why I was.
You know why? Because I thought when I sent this email, I sent the attachment with my invoice.
Oh, it was maybe not.
I'm pretty sure that I looked up my invoice that got sent to me, and then after I was done the course, I turned around and I sent it as a forward with this. You know, because I believe the amount. I think with GST it pops
It
up
would, yeah.
over 400, right?
414.75.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that. $415.
14 and 75 cents. So that the town of Smoky Lake, I'll make the motion, that the town of Smoky Lake reimburse Counselor Combs for the cost of the final elected officials education program course in the amount of $414.75 to be funded from the 2024 operating budget entitled Combs Training Development Seminar in reference to the email from Counselor Combs dated March 22nd, 2024. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. What?
Well, she's not because it's a pecuniary, because we're,
How can you vote on your own?
Actually, yeah, sorry, that's a good point.
Yeah. and-
Oh,
I can't
You
approve
should,
for
no, you should have
my
declared.
reimbursement and
You're
Well,
actually-
then you have to
Sorry,
defer to
actually,
the
that's,
thing, right?
we probably do actually have to
Yeah,
defer it.
defer to-
But actually, you should have declared pecuniary. Okay, you're right, you should have declared pecuniary and left
Oh,
it for you, I guess, for
Yeah.
the discussion.
Marianne, bring that up sooner.
Yeah, with
Well,
two.
no, it's funny because actually I didn't think it was pecuniary. Because it has to do with the reimbursement of a course. It's not like that I'm going to benefit from some sort of financial.
Yeah, actually, no, you're right, you're right.
That's why this is a
You're right, it's money, so you think pecuniary, but it's.
so that actually, that's why I didn't say pecuniary. I said, yeah, you're
That's a good point,
reimbursing me for a course that I took.
So, yeah, so.
I'd be no different
I'm
than-
okay either way. Let's
No
just-
different than.
Okay, then we're good.
Move on. Okay,
Council, yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right, sorry. Yeah, you say money, I'm like, yeah, you're right, but no, that's valid.
Okay, 11.
Reimbursement, it's not.
Summer parade participation.
That one was me. I think that was me and.
That was a combination of everybody.
So I if I may.
Oh, sorry, this point was yours.
And thank you again for preparing everything. I'm just not sure, are we referring to parade participation? Lamont, being that's the initial thing that was brought up, is that the float or a truck? Because our staff worked a lot of overtime or I shouldn't say overtime, our staff was present to help us participate. So although council's doing it voluntarily, I don't like the idea of having our staff.
Dawn?
Last year, I believe it was mentioned that we should just do a truck this year, other than, I'm assuming for our parade, but if council's traveling, then it would just be a truck.
Good point, yeah.
Yeah.
For the, and we should instruct admin to contact the town of Lamont and find out who the cool motorcycle gang was that was handing out tattoo sleeves to children. Do you remember that?
Yeah, a different meeting. So I'll go ahead and make the motion if that's okay, but sorry. Page I'm on, 194. Forgive me. And would I need to be very specific on just the participation generic, or I can make up that truck? I'll make it.
You can add the truck if you want.
I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake approve members of council to voluntarily participate in the town of Smoky Lake, town of Lamont's parade in Lamont held on Saturday, July 13th, 2024. Town of Smoky Lake's parade in Smoky Lake held on Saturday, August 3rd, and Victoria Trail Agricultural Society parade in Setna held on Sunday, August 11th, and the Vilna Agricultural Society's parade in Vilna held on Saturday, August 17th.
Oh, in the truck, did you say? In the truck. All in favor? Unopposed, so carried. Okay,
Right, can we find out who that group is and invite them?
okay. All right, last minute additions, 13.1, so administration, so. This
Oh, never mind.
Oh, no, stop.
Nope, you're good.
So this morning, the group, the NAGO group met with, Minister Grecian because he was getting a little bit of, miscommunication happening between what was going to actually happen with Highway 28, at RMA. So he had, his administrator had contacted me to set up a meeting for our group. So what is happening is that in order for the Treasury and the Cabinet to approve the highway reconstruction, they want it engineered. So by the end of 2024, that engineering will happen, that 5 million will have done their study so that they can bring that to the Treasury and have actual numbers so that they can actually budget for it. He feels very, very confident that it's going to move forward and that we should have dirt throwing happening by 2025. And then what they're going to do is they're going to chunk it up between Smoky Lake and Bonnyville as one chunk, and then Bonnyville to Cold Lake as a second chunk. And that will mean different engineering firms will take part in each of those. And they want to have a small, they want to include the municipalities with some input as well in next year, for next year. What else? And I was told that the reason why it's not seen, that 5 million for the engineering is not seen in the budget is because it's bundled, it's $3.3 billion budget. And it's bundled with a lot of other small projects at 5 million. So you can't see a line and there's not a ledger line, but it is in there. They confirmed that. The construction, the major construction, so the actual construction will be, as long as everything goes like it should, in the capital plan in 2026. So that's where we should see it. What else? And we're trying to recognize Highway 28 as an economic corridor. But in order to do that, we need to create a royalties map, like to prove that a lot of the money is coming from Cold Lake and Bonnie Hill area to, that, you know, that's where the money is coming from and it's transported on that highway and that's why it should be designated. Resource revenue map, there we go, that's my notes, before it would be designated. What else? Treasury and cabinet, more engagement, local official. Yeah, and we just want people to talk about this, get the word out so that people know that it's happening. And yeah, and we've asked to be updated more regularly through our subcommittee. We have a subcommittee in the NAGO group that deals strictly with Highway 28, so if they can be updated so that we can be updated so that we can update everybody else, but then it's, yeah, so that's what our meeting was about, and we're hoping that it all goes through as smoothly as administration said it will.
So that's excellent news.
It is.
Really good, and it goes to show the significance of that group getting together, because we would not be here getting the money for Highway 28
hope
if
so.
the mayors had not, mayors, Reeves and Indigenous leaders got together to form this group.
So anyway, that's the update, sounds promising.
Yay,
Yeah,
congratulations.
thank you. So do we need a motion to accept the level update? NAGO? Can I do it for myself? All right. I'll make the motion to accept information regarding the Highway 28 / regulations update. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 13.2, update ICC fire meeting. Should we just defer that to the
Yes.
Don't look at me, because we're both there.
I know, this is why, okay, I added it before I realized that Terry was gonna leave the meeting, so I thought there was gonna be some discussions that we could have that way. So I'm gonna just, I'll add that, since I made the motion, I will add a little bit and then which is, Dawn did bring up at one of the meeting, this previous meeting about a preferential clause, is that what you called it, for public works, preference clause?
I don't think I used that terminology, but you mean like to oh, I see, okay, I get where you're coming from.
Sorry.
When you're doing a job posting that you say
Preference will be given to those with fire
experience, that
Fire
you could do that. You can't add to a job description that our public works needs to fight fires, but you could hire with, in the future with that idea is that you may have to, not necessarily fight fires, that's not the wrong word, that you may need to assist with the, you know, whether it's night patrols, watching, doing night watch, or doing the fire breaks. Taking dozer boss training, it's very common for public works departments to do those kinds of things, but you can't add that to. It came up because some public works have been asked, I believe at the county, where they weren't comfortable with it, they weren't safe. They didn't feel safe. So the idea was not firefighting necessarily, but, or you could have it that if you have firefighting experience, you may be, it could be an asset. Yeah.
So are we just deferring this?
So, I mean, we can just file this for information, but yeah, otherwise the rest of it's a moot point to have that discussion when the two people that were asking so many questions are not even.
And I also have on the agenda for next time is our discussion of our motion that we had made, like just to get the background, and so we could bundle it with that.
That works.
But if we file it, it never comes back.
Okay, so we'll
Well, I guess I just shared some information because she just shared with me that she's already added it on to the next agenda. So,
yeah. Okay,
all right, so
make a motion to defer, yes.
I will make that motion to defer this added item
Do next meeting.
dated from the ICC meeting to the next meeting.
All right, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, 13.3, sorry, rescind a motion, I'm not reading, I don't know.
Oh,
There's a typo in there. Thank you, everyone.
there's 4 typos in there. One is a typo for the plan. But then where's my map? just give me a second. This is how I caught it, because I actually thought I would like to take a look at all of these different lots. Where the lot where ground is breaking on right now is included in that. That's lot number 10.
What, is it like the whole number or?
Lauren, could you come in, please?
And I will find my map. Here it is. Okay.
Yeah, this has, it looks like it has all the lots from the original post. So I think it was just updating the previous ad to include all of them, even though some of them, that one's sold.
Yeah, in case there was a
In
problem,
case there
that's
was a
why,
problem.
yeah.
But that one's, but the other ones aren't.
It wasn't, yeah, it's finalized just last week, so prior to the motion, it wasn't finalized.
Cause
Are
there's
you talking
seven,
about the one where there's ground, where there's a house being
Yeah.
built on it right now? Because
until they actually break ground, there's a chance that they could hand it back and we could go, okay, and resell them, right? But there is an issue with the first plan number. It should be 07-21842.
yes, that's what, there was that typo, but now you're telling me that this lot that has already been sold can still be included in that, even though,
Well, that one now is officially sold, but at this time it wasn't.
It's pending.
It was still
Yeah, it was
pending,
pending
right?
prior.
And the other ones are all still pending,
okay,
technically.
well. That's why I'm saying that needs to be rescinded, because the information is wrong.
Yeah, but that plan number is wrong.
So.
Just rescind it and then remade.
Rescind it and redo it with the
The right-
correct block number. Would you like us to do this as, defer this to the next meeting so that we can do up a proper RFD with the rescinding and then the new motion? So that it's correct?
Or like, we can just rescind it right now, because we have the motion number, do we
But
not?
we need to make the new motion as well, because we've got the advertising already underway, otherwise we have to pull all the advertising, right? Like, we're actively promoting these 15,000, so I'm just saying we can rescind it, but then I'd like the new motion with the, and I could give you the, I mean, I could give this to you with the new plan number and you could read it,
Okay,
or we could bring it as an RFD to the next meeting, whatever you're most comfortable.
well, I don't know, I just caught the information, you're now telling me it's okay to include lots that I thought were sold, but
They're
they're,
sold, but they're, until the paperwork's done and everything's done, it's still pending, it's considered pending, it's just like when you buy a house, until that last day, it's till all the paperwork's signed and everything else, there's that time period where everything's just pending. And then the other part is, they're still not developed on, so again, if they say, I changed my mind here, we can still sell them for the lower amount and not have to bring it back.
well, I mean, it's up to you. You got a typo in there, you got the wrong plan number.
Yeah, so if you can make a motion, I can read it if you want, and then
Sure,
you can
you
make
go
a
ahead.
motion, okay. So the motion would be to rescind motion number 141-2024. That was moved by Deputy Mayor Prosecutor Zaruski, that Town of Smoky Lake extend the sale of the Cold Creek subdivision lots located north of 55th Avenue at 45th Street, or 45th and 46th Street and 56th Avenue in Smoky Lake at a cost of $15,000 until June 30th, 2024, as follows. Did we read all the lots block plan last night? No, I didn't. No, I think we just referred to them as follows. And then, and with caveat in place, to reclaim property if the following stipulations to be included in the purchase agreement are not met. Acquisition of a development permit within 1 year. Commence construction within 1 year of issuance of development permit. Completion within 18 months of issuance of development permit. And that administration advertise the sale of Cold Creek subdivision lots at a cost of $15,000 per lot.
So if I may, if it was, because it was my mistake, do you want me to rescind the motion?
It wasn't, I
Well,
think
it's
it
your
was,
mistake.
I think it was an
Well, I
RFD,
made the motion.
but it was the RFD.
It's not, yeah, you made the motion, but it was a typo.
mistake.
Okay.
It was a wrong plan number.
Yeah, and I didn't read them. I don't remember reading this.
Okay, so you've made the motion?
That's my motion, is that we're
Yeah.
rescinding this.
She was, sorry, if I may, you're rescinding a motion that you weren't present at a meeting.
That's okay. I think that one.
She caught it after.
Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
All in favor? None opposed? And then the new
So
motion.
then, and I will clarify the first plan number. So that Town of Smoky Lake extend the sale of Cold Creek subdivision lots located north of 55th Avenue at 45th and 46th Street and 56th Avenue in Smoky Lake at a cost of $15,000 until June 30th, 2024, as follows, with all the plan numbers with all plan numbers being 0721842. To be updated from the last. Do you want me to actually read each one?
Well, I guess if I may, this is maybe where it gets a little bit awkward, because the reason I caught it is because I read it in the minutes. So that's like, you're saying I can't rescind, you're questioning whether I could rescind it because I wasn't at the meeting. And then I listened to the meeting, I watched the meeting, and I actually agree with Terry and Mary Ann, what they said at that meeting about changing the prices on those lots. So we just rescinded the motion.
So you want to change, so we
And
have,
I actually would like to have that motion now deferred until the next meeting.
Okay, then I would just defer it. But I do want to make it clear that actually the issue is, there's an issue with that. We can change this to update the motion, but you can't, actually, now I'm thinking about it, I don't think you can rescind that motion because it's been actioned by administration. But only advertising. My only comment would be, we are actively advertising them at 15,000 to June 30th. So we'd have to change all of that if we change the motion.
June is right away.
Yeah.
We'll be bringing.
And then we'll bring it back in June at that time. So I mean, my recommendation would be to stick with the motion that was made because we've updated all of our advertising and promoted it at the RV and boat show and everywhere else.
Well, the boat shows in the past, yeah, it was before the last meeting.
Until June 30th, though.
Yeah, before.
That was before,
Because we're
okay.
bringing it all back at the end of June.
Yeah, and we're bringing it back in at the end of June, so.
And you guys can discuss.
It'll be, yeah, I mean, it's up to council. We can pull all the advertising and we can do whatever you want. But yeah, we paid for advertising, so we have to pay for new equipment. Technically, you can't rescind a
Ethically, I
motion
don't
that's
think
been
that's right.
actioned, but we haven't, depends on how you look at this. The motion is to advertise, which we've done, so we can't rescind that motion because we've already done it, but to sell them at that, well, we haven't sold them, so technically you could rescind that, right? So it's kind of a gray area. But from an administration perspective, we're actively pursuing this and advertising, took time to update all our ads, our paperwork, our social media, and promoted it to June 30th, so. It's up to you.
I think we have to action the motion as it. Because that's
It's just
like
the
a
updated
dirty
plan.
move.
That's why I said it got awkward. I know that I could pull a dirty move and I admit it. Here I am. It got rescinded. I actually do agree with what the other two also. So it's up, go
But
ahead.
we left the meeting last time in agreement with what was put down, so I don't think it's right ethically to bring it back.
There is nothing ethical about involved, so please watch your language when you call it ethical, because what I did is rescind a motion that was incorrect, because it had incorrect information in it. It had a
Plan number,
wrong
yes.
PIN number. So first of all, it's not unethical to undo it. If anything, it's good catch, Evelyn. You caught something that the rest of us
But I'm
didn't
not,
catch.
I'm not concerned about the plan, like, that's not
So
what my
that's it.
concern is. My concern is now throwing back that we could change the motion after you conned us into.
But I
rescinding it.
didn't. I actually said it before it happened. That's why I said, well, isn't this awkward? And I did not con because I actually said it out loud, so.
After.
Marianne, you'd mentioned about paying for the advertising, is that with the Redwater?
Yes.
Oh,
Right, we did. And Facebook, we did, yeah, you asked us to, what's it called on Facebook, promote posts?
Like,
So we have paid on there, and then the printing of documents here. And it's in the newsletter.
Well, I guess we could defer that motion
The
to.
newsletter went out. like,
but we
just went out.
can't defer it. I thought we had to continue.
Well, my
because
only
it's been-
concern is that it's actively, like, we really should replace the motion because if somebody comes in between now and the 29th, now we can't sell lots. Because, well, we advertised it, but now council doesn't know what they want to do. So I think we need to, if we're gonna make the new motion to replace this with the new plan number at 15,000 as is, then we go ahead with that. Or if you wanted to promote, to change the motion and see if you get support, then that would be, that you do it that way.
Okay.
But I was reading the motion with the new plan number, be the same motion, so do you want to stop that and start a new motion, or does one of you want to make, like,
I'm gonna make the motion that's that we put out, and then we can vote on it.
so the only change to the rescinded motion is the updated plan number from 0871842 to is now 07218.
And then I'll just call the question. All in favor? Any opposed?
I'm abstaining.
You actually can't abstain. You can actually be removed as a counselor for not voting. So you need to decide. Sorry, to put you on the spot.
Can you call the question again, please?
All in favor?
Sorry.
Any
No, no, no.
opposed?
It's fine, it's not an apology thing. Unfortunately, that should have been a point of privilege, because calling me unethical is really not classy, and it was just a discussion point.
You'd have called it out if it was the other way around. I can guarantee that, but anyway. We're moving on. 13.4, address. Address, sorry, quarter. I don't even know what that is. Quarterly regular bylaw is what you have, or I have written down.
Is that the one about the bylaw, the quarter?
Yeah.
regulation bylaw?
Regulation, there we go, I have reg.
Okay, in that case, no, we're again, Terry left the meeting, so I'm going to defer that before I get called on ethical again, so we'll defer it until the next meeting.
All right. We get a motion to defer 13.4.
I'll make the motion to defer it until the next meeting.
All in favor? Any opposed, so carried. 13.5, stacking meeting and workshops.
So I'm the one that added this, and we talked about this at the organizational meeting. And it seems to be happening again, because I know that when we talked about it, there was 2 counselors that did not want to meet on, or could not meet regularly on Monday mornings because they had other commitments. So now now we have a day where there's actually been 4 meetings, and we have an AGM and 3 meetings added to it. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna call breaks on this, because I don't want to do 4 meetings in a day. I really don't. I don't think that at that point we're even functioning just to stack everything up and make it like what turns out to be a $600 day for us. I don't find that ethical. And also, I don't think that we're even functioning, so that by the time we get to the joint municipalities meeting, we are not even in the kind of shape to be paying attention to the meeting. So that's why I understand, like, I don't like the stacking of the Monday meetings, and that's why I declined the AGM, and now the workshop is gonna be shortened to this, and then that defeats the whole point of having the workshop then.
It was the motion of council, so it needs to be a motion of council to change it. Because they were all because we brought it forward at that time, that it was a workshop followed by the AGM file, followed by council, followed by joint municipalities, and it was supported. So if you want to make a motion to change any of them, then I would make the motion for council to make the decision.
Okay, well, I would like to defer,
May I weigh in at this point? And I just want to be mindful of everybody and respectful of everyone. Is it possible as an alternative that we could just defer the mineral rights? So we'd still start at the same time, and then we'd only have the 3 things, the workshop, the council meeting, and the joint municipalities that we all knew about prior to you were away, or someone was on holidays, or Terry's not here. So would that be okay?
Can't bump that one. You need it, we need the motion by May
A real short one.
for AGM. That'll take, unless there's huge discussion, 10 minutes.
So
It just shortens the workshop.
if I may, do you have a solution that we could work with or?
Well, okay, it was because so much of this happened, because if I had been at the last meeting, then I would have suggested that we not just turn this AGM into a few minutes, because we're talking about housing and we have a corporation. And instead of doing the whole 5 minute, let's, do an AGM and assign, we could actually use that meeting to do something, to discuss housing, to discuss what we want to do further steps with that corporation. I don't want it to actually be a 5 minute meeting. I've said my piece. If we still want to go ahead, if now you're saying I can't change. And
You could make, you can change. I'm just saying it needs to be a motion, because one person can't say we're not doing this, right? So you could say, I'd like to, make a motion to defer the workshop to May 13th.
Okay.
You can do
That's
that,
good.
and then if you get support from the room, then it gets moved.
Let's do
And
that.
then if the council that's not here, that doesn't work, well, it could get added to the agenda next meeting by anyone to have further discussions.
Okay.
So you could do that.
So I'd like to defer the workshop meeting to when?
May 13th is the following meeting, so.
And do we have anything already booked for May 13th?
Oh, let me double check with the, I don't know, 1 second, let me just.
She's
Unicorn might be
already
there.
told me it's been.
Okay, let me, look at this.
Plus, in a way, now I'm doing, because from what I understand, Monday mornings you have your work related. So this is not working for you either.
I can't do 8 AM and 9 AM, but I can do at 10 AM.
But that's a workshop that we were gonna start earlier, correct? Or
I don't think we're changing the times.
10 AM.
Because we're kind of at 12.
Yeah.
Do you not think that's enough time?
I don't know.
Breakfast with councils on May 6th. What about doing it following that? What am I on? I'm not on the calendar, that's my issue. Or we could just cancel it and ask administration to bring it back to the next meeting for your discussion. Or go ahead with it, it's up to you guys.
I'm not in favor of changing it, so whatever you decide, but. I realize those are stack days, but that's. It has to be for me anyway.
If I may, I think that if we do any changing, that it's in fairness to the two council that's not here, that we bring it back to the next meeting and decide or cancel altogether.
Evan?
So this is. The next meeting is when. So if we're going to. Defer. Take the strategic planning meeting and cancel it for the next time, then it's at the next meeting that we can. Decide when to do the strategic. Planning workshop, is that what you're recommending?
June 10th is the next the council meeting following May 13th, and there's mini core.
And I would
Coincide
recommend
a
that,
lot.
I understand that you're upset about this, but maybe we recommend that next time we think about that. Better next time. It's in 3 weeks, everybody's kind of prepared, we're the ones that are here and not here. And next time we take that into consideration, that you're not in favor of stacking how many meetings.
We already have talked about this already, that's why it's a surprise that it continues to happen, because we've already had that discussion.
And the other thing that happens is when we're in our meetings, it's very tough to find days that work, so then we just, those seem to be the days that do, and then we all agree.
Sorry, I thought at the workshop, the direction was to stack the meetings, because then people only need to take the 1 day off. Like that's what I understood, is people wanted everything back to back, so that there was just the 1 day that if Terry needed a day off, he just needed that 1 day off. That's what I understood. So, but you're saying otherwise, so I'm just, maybe that whole discussion needs to be brought back.
Clearly, yeah.
Right? To make sure that everyone's on the same page and, what are the other days that work and, we are, like I said, trying to fit a Ukrainian twinning on a Monday. Finding a Monday that works is challenging because we do a lot on Mondays because they seem to be the day that works best. I think because people take it off for council. Or that's why council meetings are on that day as Mondays works.
Can we, if I may, can we do April 29th as planned with the 3 or 4 meetings and no hearing, but, and then just bring it back to a meeting and talk about it when everyone's here.
Okay.
I could go ahead and make that motion.
To just accept for information, right? 'Cause
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? No opposed, so carried. And now we're back full circle to 13.6 with the emergency sewer repair.
I don't know what to recommend here because Terry's not.
We're not, but I'm not making that $100,000 decision with two people missing from the room. Sorry.
So would you like us to continue? What about a motion for administration to continue to investigate the sewer issues at that location and request a special council meeting once we're ready to move forward? Would that work?
Marianne?
I think that would work with the addition of some follow-up to the previous work done around the Stanny dump perimeter or property itself, because I think as Councillor Makawaychik referenced, there needs to be some background or follow-up. Some work was already done and maybe some money was paid towards that, so that might impact our decision. But to go ahead and do the following research that John referenced, or the Public Works Manager referenced, he would like to research other options. I believe that's how he put it.
No, it's not other options. He's just, we just need to know how much of the line to replace, whether it's all of it or a third of it, or we just want to make sure that we aren't spending money that's not necessary to be spent. So he's just trying to, yeah. But you're okay with us requesting a special council meeting?
Right, who wants to make that motion?
Sure, I think go ahead.
Okay.
As Dawn did it.
Okay. Did you get that? That's on.
And it's just to focus on that research component then.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 13.7 from President.
I did add this to the agenda because he was wanting to, Sam commented about this at the special council meeting, that they were planning a 50th or 5th anniversary for Home Hardware. So, but he wanted to set up people to come to it, so he wants to know as soon as possible. So that's why I've added it as rather than waiting. So he's just looking for partial road closures, so it's the 5 parking spots in front of his place for a barbecue, and then on the other side, about 6 or 7 feet out into the road, so that they can have tables set up with, you know, some, I think he references it here, DeWalt and Milwaukee and some tool demos and stuff. As well as picnic tables and benches from the town, so we'd also help get that set up. So if you're okay with that, we're looking for a motion.
I have Marianne, 2 questions. So it's for the duration of June 20th through the 22nd, so that weekend. And then prior to this, we didn't have the pedestrian crossing in place. So does that impact anything or not really? No. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake approve the partial road closure in front of Home Hardware, 3 Wheatland Avenue, to encompass the 5 parking spots for the purposes of hosting a barbecue, and a partial road closure beside the store along West Railway Avenue to encompass up to 7 feet for the purpose of demonstrations during their 5th year anniversary celebration to be held on June 20th to 22nd, 2024. And to further that the town of Smoky Lake will provide benches and barricades for the event. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, he's back.
None opposed, so carried. What is happening? All right, so the closed session items are up next. Are we? No, I don't. Unless it's past 6 hours, right? The extension, yeah. No, I read out that 3 times. Okay, I know because there's not everybody's here. Evelyn, are you still wanting to go to those for some of these? Because they're all yours.
Yeah.
You wanted an update on the motions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is where I can get updated. Just like whatever we discuss in closed session. Well, Terry's here now, so.
No,
3
that's
weeks
fair,
from now,
but I just want.
Councillor Morton will need to make the same motion so that she gets caught up.
So, yeah.
So we
I
need to
will. I guess I'm wondering if we should,
Sorry, Roman, can I call you?
Well, why don't we do Roman first and then?
Okay, let's do
leave?
Roman.
Would that be okay, or, and then he can go,
That's good.
in closed, so we're going into closed.
yeah, I'll make that motion. That we move into executive session at 5:36.
All in favor?
Hi,
None opposed? Okay.
I'll move to come out of camera. Oh, you guys are muted.
All right, thanks,
Thank
Terry.
you.
We'll start with 14.1.
That was gonna go into camera, so. Right?
Oh, is that how we're doing that?
So this is the update on motions from previous meetings
Yeah.
to update council.
So that's that's a accept information, right? Or you should accept it. You want to accept the motion for missed meeting, Evelyn?
I'll accept information as presented.
All in favor? Just became a teacher. And then 14.2. Land development.
So I need a motion for your,
File.
File for information. I don't have to call the question on that, do I? All in favor? Yeah. Carried. 14.3. That the town, I'll make the motion. That the town of Smoky Lake proceeds forward with a lease agreement to place a show home on property legally recognized as plan number 1821 HW Block 8, Lot 14 with Northern Timber Structures, with the lease agreement being brought back to council for approval at a future council meeting. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so you said it's defeated.
defeated yet? Unless somebody else wants to make another motion?
Mary Ann?
I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake enter into a purchase offer of that parcel of land at the market value for tax recovery.
At a cost of $16,049.60. Thank you.
All in favor? Any opposed? So this isn't gonna work. We have to defer this till Mel gets back.
Or.
No, there's no deferral. It's just defeated.
Yeah, okay, but there's no motion.
Yeah, it's done.
So we have to compromise, try another motion.
No, we don't.
Well, then we can't do anything with this.
That's right. Unless 2/3 of council votes to bring it back. Am I not right, Don?
Yeah, I think you're correct. If somebody wants to add it at a future date or a different motion, I guess, or different, but the item's been defeated, you're right. So then it would be a reconsideration of proposal from this gentleman, and then you need 2/3 to support it. So 4 of you to support it.
Can I try a new motion?
If council's
I
agreeable.
would like it if you could be, I would like to do something with this, so is that okay?
It's over.
Well, I'm gonna try, can I try another motion or no?
If you agree, then you have 3 or 4 of you agreeing for another motion here. It should be fine. To hear her out. I think it's a defeated motion. It hasn't gone to another meeting, so you're open, you can just keep making motions until.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
you're
I'm
thinking,
thinking.
you
I
can
don't
continue,
understand.
yeah, you can continue making motions.
We've done this before. We
Yeah.
can sit around
You
making.
can amend motion
No.
motions if we, after this meeting, you'd have to do reconsideration.
Mary Ann?
I would like to direct, or I'd like to ask administration to create a land offer purchase to buy for that parcel of land at the rate of $16,500. $16,500. And subsequent, if that offer is not approved by the potential landowner, that they would enter into a lease agreement that could be brought back to council.
Madam Chair,
Terry?
as this is a public meeting, that should have been discussed in camera because now it's put out that this person can reject the purchase, like the sales agreement, and he knows that he'll get a lease. So I'm objecting to that type of motion on this subject because it was defeated and I believe it's over and done with.
He has a point, I didn't actually think like that.
Okay,
But not that we had to come into agreement in closed session.
can I withdraw my motion?
Everyone agrees? Technically, once a motion's made, it's in the hands of the chair, but the council do it all the time, so it's fine.
So I move to withdraw the motion I just created.
Madam Chair,
Just give me a minute. So.
I'm just asking to be heard.
Okay, so what are the rules here? Can we call the question on our motion? I know it's. Like, I know,
Can we go back into camera?
And that's.
Could I suggest a compromise?
Can I just say that?
Terry,
Could we just make the motion for administration to negotiate a sales agreement and come back to council with the outcome?
And then no agreement will be signed, we'll just be essentially bringing it back
That's right.
when it's not.
At this moment, council is in favor of negotiating a sales agreement with Mr. Timber Guy or whoever he is. That I would support.
It's to negotiate it, that Town of Smoky Lake can negotiate a sales agreement regarding lot, plan, number 1821 HW Block 8, lots 14. With the intention of placing a show home on the property, well, I guess with northern timber structures. But to bring back to council for a final approval.
all in favor?
See, we've got compromise, it worked.
All right, carried. And 14.4. Who wants to make that motion? You want me to read it? I'll make the motion. That the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of plan number 4117 TR block 12, lot 20 at the cost of 15,500 to Joshua Jarama to include removal of current structure and to waive utility costs. That
Okay.
is,
No, it was a discount on utility fees.
no, it was waived.
Wait, because he's
Removing
removing
the structure, okay. Right.
with KDs in place as per our current
Agreement.
purchase
Purchase agreement.
purchase agreements.
Harry?
Do we have to include Dawn and advertise it?
Yes, he has included funds for advertising.
Yeah, and legislatively, we have to, so I don't think we need the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. And
3 minutes to spare.
to adjourn, I don't even know, my battery's low at the moment, so 6:56.